Well, now we're on the other phone. My S22 died. When I plugged it in, I thought it had been charging this whole time. So here we are with the Galaxy A16 garbage phone. I'm glad I brought it along because the S22 is dead. So I better get that battery back out and figure out what the heck happened. But we'll be streaming on this now. I have never had this much equipment trouble. So if you're just coming back here, the S22 died as soon as I unplugged it. I don't know why. So I'm going to plug it in and see what the heck was going on before we get on the monorail here. But everyone say Honda Fit 3 times, and then Rob appears, writes nostalgic. Honda Fit, Honda Fit, Honda Fit. Okay, well, welcome back. The S22 died as soon as I unplugged it. The Samsung logo appeared, and you guys were gone. So I'm going to plug it back in. Is my battery bank dead? Is that what happened? Yeah. So we're good till this phone dies, and then so what I've learned is I need to buy a better mic. I need to buy a better phone. I need to buy a better battery. And oh, I missed a big super chat. Okay, I need to. This is a problem because I need to get to all those super chats. If you wrote a super chat and have not had your comment read by me, do like a bunch of asterisks and then write super chat and put what it was underneath it, so that way I answer them. And I'm going to go through every single thing from here out, and I will read all the super chats. And I trust you on the honor system. You have $1 million. Okay, wow, $1 million. So let's walk over here for a minute, and then we'll get on the monorail here in just a second. Okay, so a new super chat on this one is, I was on your earlier stream, glad to be here. Well, I'm glad you're still here, Anthony. Good to see you, and thank you. Okay, Transit Tim, previously $20, said, I'd love to hear your thoughts on HOV lanes. I love transit and infrastructure, but have been torn by this. Hot lanes are great, but HOV only? Do you think they'd actually be... So, okay, here's the question with the carpool lane, is you're on the freeway, and you see every other lane is super crowded, but then you're like, well, what about the HOV lanes? And I just don't see that many cars in the HOV lane. Well, what I realized, HOV lanes don't move more cars. You're right to be skeptical. They move more people. And so when you take into account that the average occupancy of a car in the regular lanes is like 1.1, but in the other lanes it's like 2.5, it doesn't need to move more cars because the goal is to move more people through the corridor. And so if the HOV lanes are a little bit underused, and I say a little bit underused compared to the regular lanes, then that's okay. The problem they run into is often they're grossly underused. There's not nearly enough 2+ people in the HOV lanes. And so then at that point, that's where they play with an HOT lane, allowing the excess capacity that the carpoolers aren't using to buy their way in. And that seems to work okay. But yeah, so I like HOV lanes as long as you're, how do I put this? In Portland, they did a HOV lane approaching the bridge that was a 3-lane freeway, and they went to 2 lanes and an HOV lane. I don't know that I'm a fan of that one, because I'm going to try to I don't have my tripod right now, I just put it away, but I don't know if I'm a huge fan of that one, because you have so few lanes to begin with anyway, that I kind of feel like you want at least 3 before you start putting in an HOV lane. But this is a really weird camera angle here. You can see in the sky. But the maybe I'll hold it against the wall here. I'm trying to keep you from getting seasick here. But the bigger freeways where you already have 4 free lanes anyway, and then you just add 1 HOV lane, I think that's great. The other thing you can do with the HOV lane is if you close it from the rest of the traffic, it can kind of act as its own it can kind of act like its own separate freeway. And so it doesn't work so well when you just have it open all the time, or you just have like a solid white line between. But if you barrier it out, you can have the other lanes be dead stopped and then people clipping along 50 miles an hour because you're separated out. So HOV lanes have their place. But the big takeaway is don't think of it as HOV moves more cars. They don't. General purpose lane is going to move more cars. It moves more people. Now it may end up moving more cars if, like I say, the other lanes have hit that wall where it's congestion and everybody stops. And the other lane has extra capacity, so it can keep going full speed. Maybe it could move more cars, but you got to look again. Multiply each car by average occupancy, and that's the magic. So thank you very much for your super chat. Transit Trim writes with a nice double-digit super chat. I'd love to hear your thought. Oh, that we did that one. Sorry. I'd love to hear more thoughts on HOV. Let's see. $5 super chat from B. I hope the monorail has some cool views. Yeah, the reason I want to catch up with the super chats first in case the phone craps out, and then we'll run up there, because the other is if I lose cell service in the building. So I thought, well, but let's take care of this now. Travel Jack. Oh my gosh, Road Guy Rob is live. I'd love to see a video about guardrails. That's coming in February of next year. There's a big conference with people who do guardrail and road striping. I got talking to somebody, reached out who's in that industry, and they got a big conference in Houston. So maybe I'll do a live stream from the convention, from the conference. I don't know, but that's coming. Some videos probably next year on that. Lazy92 with a fresh super chat writes, if a road is littered with potholes, is it generally more cost effective to fill each one individually or repave the whole street together? I don't pretend to be a pavement expert yet, because I haven't done any videos on that and talked to the experts. But what I do know is what's causing the potholes, right? If you have gotten to the point where water has gotten in there and it's washed away a whole bunch of the structural soil underneath the pavement, and that keeps causing potholes, then you're not only going to want to repave the road, you're going to want to dig down and completely rebuild all the structural soil underneath the road before you repave it. Yeah, going in and just patching it is they say putting new wine in old bottles, right? You just kind of start putting, it's a temporary thing you do just to kind of keep the road usable, but it's a Band-Aid. You're going to want to actually get in and solve the problem. I know one issue you can run into is, let's say, there's a good example right here below my feet here. If you take this crack in the concrete, pretend that's a road, right? And you think, well, I don't like this cracked piece of concrete, so I'm going to just pour asphalt on top of it, and then I'll have this nice smooth road, and you don't have to worry about the crack. Well, the problem you run into is that crack will reflect right up through the asphalt, and eventually you'll have a crack in the asphalt right on top of that crack, the same shape, And so you think, oh, well, I've got this cracked up asphalt road, we'll just pave over it. Well, if there's deeper problems, the problems will just wreck what's on top. So that's where I've seen, I think it was the state of Utah with the city of Tooele, Tooele. One of my videos, I made fun of that because it has a W sound, Tooele. It has no W in it. Their main street had such structural problems under it. They closed the whole main street for like an entire summer and just said, Main Street's gone, it's closed. And I think they dug down 3 feet. It just completely, they did it all, they coordinated with the utilities people to go ahead and put in new pipes. They just completely replaced the soil because they were having so many problems with that asphalt, and it just kept reflecting up. So thanks again to Laser92. Just joined Where Are You Today? We're on Tropicana Avenue. If you go back to earlier in the live stream, which was on 2 previous live streams because the phones keep crash. I got enough money. Maybe I just need to go out and buy like an S25 and be done with it. But anyway, thanks to some very generous people tonight. 2 years ago, we came to Tropicana Avenue and saw the freeway overpass, the flyover ramp to come into the strip was half gone for a big project they were doing to rebuild the interchange there. And I thought it'd be fun, since that ramp reopened, to come down here and kind of see what's changed the last couple of years. The biggest is, of course, behind me. 2 years ago, we walked right past the Tropicana Casino, which is going to be home to the Oakland A's, apparently. So, thanks to your tax dollars at work. So. Okay, see. I'm just looking to see if anybody else posted their super chat. A lot of good comments here. Let's see. I think of your video every time I see the double diamond interchange on the New York State Thruway, exit 15. Oh, that's cool. The U.S. is driving on the left now. Yeah, I need to. These other phones are Samsung's mirroring the image, and I don't know why. I will maybe plan in a month to do another. Go somewhere and do another live stream from somewhere interesting, because something is my equipment. I got new phones and they're giving me problems. Nick says, I stayed at the Tropicana back in the 90s. Nice memories of it. There was a swan in the pool area I was trying to feed. Okay, I think, so again, if you had a great super chat that I didn't get to in previously, yeah, my hat says Interstate 8. So you're seeing the same mirror image I'm seeing, and it's not mirroring it back. So I don't know if YouTube changed something or the phone changed something, but okay. All right. Well, since I think I'm caught up with super chats, except for all the ones I missed in the first stream, let's wander in through the building and see if we can ride the monorail. And in the meantime, see what we can find out. So, yeah, the entrance is on the inside. It's not your typical transit. It's when you actually have to walk in this way. Oh, thank you. Let's see, monorail. It seemed like it was off to the side somewhere. Top Golf. Oh, they added a Top Golf, apparently. I've never been. It's something that looks fun that I think I would be terrible at it. Monorail. I hear those things are awfully loud. They glide as softly as a cloud. Oh, B just contributed for the monorail ticket, so, okay. Well, we'll find it here somewhere. I know it's this general direction. I remember I never really had spent any time in Las Vegas, and when I was in college, you know, it was the Great Recession, so you get rooms really cheap. So one year, I was on a break from college, you know, probably 22, 23, I thought, you know, I've never been, I just go by myself, you know, and got a cheap room. It was right after New Year's. You go at New Year's, it's crazy expensive, but you go after, and it's quite cheap. I'm gonna ask this guy where the monorail is, just a second. Do you know which way the monorail is?
Yes. You got two choices. You go to the lobby or the district.
Either one.
Okay,
Where's
lobby.
closer?
You can follow the lobby sign you see right up there.
Lobby?
Follow that.
And is it off of that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. But I remember walking through, doing an architecture tour, because I don't really gamble. There's the old saying, if you sit down at a table and you don't know who the sucker is, then you're the sucker. And I've never seen a sucker at a table, so therefore So, you know, knowing the laws of probability, I just don't really place bets. So I come to Vegas to eat and to look at buildings. And so that's what I did. January, I had my flip-flops and my winter coat on, and I flip-flopped through every casino in town, really. And I think I was pretty disappointed that the lack of creativity for the casino floors themselves, they're pretty, you could pick up any casino and drop it in any other casino and it would look exactly the same. So then after a while, you just kind of get, the exterior is fun. The shopping areas they have a lot of fun with. I know the shopping area at the Venetian where they have the canals, that could be a lot of fun. But the actual gaming floors themselves are, in my opinion, pretty unimaginative. The other thing I find disappointing is if you are trying to lure people under the age of 75 to your video games. I mean, look at the IP, Wheel of Fortune. That's kind of Monopoly Man. I mean, I'm not seeing IP, like, you know, where's the Minecraft game, you know? Okay, I think this way to the lobby here. You know, I mean, where's Sim City? Where's The Sims? Where's, I don't know, what are other millennial trappings that they could be luring us in? But instead, it's either stuff that has no IP, or it's really outdated IP, like Deal or No Deal, you know? And that's something that I think is just gonna get people not all that excited, you know? And not at our age group anyway. But hey, 75-year-olds, they're all over that Pat Sajak slot machine. Okay, is that the luggage storage? This is, I think, the front door, but I'm not seeing the monorail yet. Underground. Well, the monorail's definitely not underground. Bell desk. Elevator to rideshare, Uber. I don't remember the monorail being this hard to find. Maybe that's why it went bankrupt twice. You can't actually ride it. Okay. Airport shuttle, Las Vegas Boulevard. See, I see the monorails over there. There's some stairs to it. Maybe it is an exterior entry after all. I got on it once. I thought it was an interior entry, but maybe that was the second one he was talking about. Elevator access to monorail. Okay. That looks promising. It's starting to get kind of windy. Can't believe it's light out in California. It's 11 p.m. back east, writes H.H. Dunce. Well, that's why I live out west. I can stay up later than everybody else. Oh, okay, no, I think 2 years ago we ran into the same issue. You see the stairs, you think, oh, that's how you get on the monorail, and then it says emergency exit. So it is an interior entry, and it's somewhere over there. I just don't know where. Let me go back to that sign that said, anybody have a map of the MGM? Voyager 1713 writes, it looks like the Disney monorail track. Yes, so it was, okay, where did it say? Elevator access to monorail. Okay, this way. It was elevator access to underground. Use elevator to lower level for Uber pickup. All right. Apparently you got to go down to get up. It's the opposite of Coolio. You know, got to get up to get down. Got to go down to get up. I don't know. And this elevator doesn't seem to be working. It didn't light up. Oh, there we go. I'm just impatient. Now, how much you want to bet this is where I lose you? The door will close and the stream will end. Oh, I made the mistake. I pushed the button that reopened the door. So Voyager 1713, right? It looks like the Disney monorail track. So back when they started the monorail in 1995, they bought 2 vehicles from Disney World. I guess I gotta go down. Okay, I guess we're going down, not up. Hey, you can see me. Hi. You have to go underground, right? It's transit trend. He's gonna lose the connection in the elevator. Yeah, I hope not. Yeah, the underground is a shared amenity. It's not in the MGM, probably some complex agreement stuff. So I don't like slow elevators. Makes me wonder if the elevator forgot me. This looks familiar. Okay, yeah, I remember coming down here and it was like a, hopefully it stays connected. The guy, I guess, has a 360-degree game. He said, hey, man, you want to shoot some dinosaurs? No, I'm a vegetarian. That's a lie. I love chicken. Haven't tried dinosaur. Might be kind of gamey, but... Okay. So they want to make sure that they get every dollar out of you they can before you get to the monorail. Okay. There, that looks like a ticket machine here. It looks actually surprisingly like something you'd see in a big city. Okay. One ride. And we'll do a 24-hour pass just to be safe. Okay. Credit. I'll show you guys all my credit, my numbers. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Well, please insert and remove your credit card. Okay. Probably a digital way to do it. Most transit systems do, but sometimes just having a paper ticket makes it more fun. Get it out here. Okay. 24-hour pass. There you go. That looks familiar. It's been 10 years since I've ridden the monorail, but this looks like what I remember last time I rode it. And Hansen points out that a chicken is a dinosaur. Oh. I suppose that's true. I'll get my ticket out here. Insert ticket here. Doing something wrong. You just scan it. No. That's the receipt. Okay, this is the mag strip up. See, this is good consulting work for. You always want non-traditional riders to ride this stuff. Well, okay. Common person who doesn't normally ride transit, what sort of mistakes are they going to make? Well, they're going to figure out, okay, I had to buy a ticket. Can't figure out how to put the ticket in the machine, you know? So here's the map here. So you can see it's about 4 miles. We're starting here at MGM, and then it stops again at Paris, Caesars. The Link, that's the big Ferris wheel. It goes by the MGM Sphere, which I'm sure you've seen all over social media. That last time I rode it wasn't there. Eventually ends up at the convention center and then goes 2 stations past. And so that gets you to really the city line. I think the city line of Las Vegas is right about here. And so that's what I'm saying. If it kept going to downtown and then this direction, if it kept going to the airport, you'd suddenly have a really usable system. I like these double doors where it acts more like an elevator. The system's completely automated. There's no operator. And it really surprises me on really nice transit systems like, even BART, how you trust that somebody's gonna, I think that's not us. But I like it where it sets up a set of double doors, so you don't have people falling onto the track. There's your beam there, your monorail, if you will. I'm trying hard not to quote Conan O'Brien's jokes from The Simpsons. Were you sent here by the devil? No, good sir, I'm on the level. The ring came off my pudding can. Use my penknife, my good man. Travel Jack writes that he rode the Circus monorail. I didn't know there was one there. I know there used to be one between Treasure Island and the one that just closed to become the Hard Rock. I think it's coming back. It's just out of service since there's the Mirage. That one, but I don't remember there being one at Circus, so it must be really out of date. Thank you, yeah, the Mirage. Any plans to do any videos in Canada? Maybe. I've never left the United States, but I've been thinking about it. Just the 401 alone would be quite a story. Monorail. Sorry, Mom, the Rob has spoken. Okay, this might be us here. So you can find one where I bug people the least. I'm gonna come down here so we can poke out the window, see the front of the window there. I can't really see anything. It's kind of like what you'd see at the airport. The cars don't connect together. They're individual pods. Oh, I guess we're going this way. I'm really turned around. That with YouTube's compression, that video looks fantastic. Okay, so we're going northbound then. You're facing west. It'll be the backside of MGM. Kind of see over the top of the building there. Those are the, stuff on the west side of the strip, New York, and it's bumpier than you'd expect. I don't know if that's just an aging thing or what. Monorails are meant to carry the same wear and tear as like a light rail train or something. That was what impressed me with BART, is just for something that was 60 years old, it felt like it was brand new. See, this, I'm really surprised. This creates a whole new front door where there's a lot of kind of less appealing stuff, and if what makes money is frontage along Las Vegas Boulevard, if you could have frontage, instead of having a parking garage face the monorail, you have other amenities facing this side, that doubles the square footage. I'm always surprised at the lack of investment pointed toward transit. It'd be interesting to know the business case behind that, if there's reason for that. This is the next station here. Double set of doors.
This monorail continues northbound. Next stop, Flamingo's Caesar's Palace Station. The doors are closing. Please stand clear.
see the southbound train passing us on the other side there.
If I fall asleep, put yourself to bed.
Yeah, I mean, you're literally looking at like the HVAC systems of the back of properties. That'd be weird looking out to your guest room and seeing a train go by. I think this is where we switch onto Koval Street. I think it's the next block or so. That's where Tupac Shakur got shot when he's waiting for a red light.
Now arriving at Flamingo Caesar's Palace Station.
It's interesting they call it Flamingo Caesar's Palace across the street. You know, it would be within walking distance, but it's just kind of interesting they try to double up on the branding.
This monorail continues northbound. Next stop, here is the Link Station. The doors are closing. Please stand clear.
Nice thing with an automated system is that you get frequent headways. We didn't have to wait that long. And I think they at least used to operate it till about like 2:30 in the morning. You know, if you have a truly automated system, if you're able to provide, you can see down there the little shopping area they built between two of the casinos. When they built the big Ferris wheel over here, it gave people a draw between the two buildings because they were walking down there to get to the Ferris wheel. And so it gave them a chance to make a shopping center over here on this other side. I think it's the busiest in and out in the world, I think. It's the only one you can't drive a car to. It's in a pedestrian area.
The doors are closing. Please stand clear.
Oh.
Please stand clear and allow the doors to close.
Michael asks, how new's the monorail? Initially 1995. In the early 2000s, like 2003, they expanded it quite a bit. And so it's kind of sad, something that I don't consider that old. They're already talking about it being all worn out and reaching the end of its useful life when I think, honestly, I think this thing's a lot more useful than they realized. And I wish they'd actually dump a bunch more money into it. It'll be coming around by the Sphere here in just a second. Southbound train going by. I remember I was flying from, I think, Dallas to LA, and the Sphere is so bright. You could see it from Arizona. Where'd he go? There's the Sphere. It's interesting, everybody on the train, not just me, we all rushed over to this side to take a look at it. I think we're going to get a good view of it around the corner here. There it is. Oh, an ad for Mountain Dew. A few buildings I've seen and said, oh, I got to go inside that thing, and that's one of them. I need to find an excuse to go to some venue, some event in that venue at some point. Used to think, oh, it must be a gigantic graphic file, but you get looking at the size of the dots up front, it might not be as high a resolution as you think. Facing east. Actually, no, sorry, facing south right now. See how big the convention center is.
Now arriving at Oingo Station at Las Vegas Convention Center.
It's just huge. Station's on this side over here.
This monorail continues northbound. Next stop, Westgate Las Vegas Station. The doors are closing. Please stand clear.
Getting kind of the north end here, the Wynn and the Encore. It's kind of the creme de la creme of real high-end hotels. But the red one on the right, that's Resorts World. That opened later on. We're still in the convention center, by the way. That's how big this convention center is. This one on the right here, the one on the top, oh, it says you're live. I wonder how long that dropped out.
Now arriving at Westgate Las Vegas Station. This monorail continues northbound. Next stop, Sahara Las Vegas Station. The doors are closing. Please stand clear.
This looks like a good place to stop. Nothing. Hey, that's the end of the line here. So once I get, I didn't want to bug people too much with too much chatter on the stream, you know, or not while we were on the monorail. So, well, let's go grab the tripod here somewhere and chit chat, go through some more comments here, and then ride it back or something. I don't know. Walk back. It's only 4 miles, right? You know, as I say, this thing has so much potential. I'm glad the Convention Center and Visitors Bureau, whatever their acronym stands for, has an A in it. It's not a B. It's not a bureau. Authority. Whatever it is, I'm glad they bought it because I think this thing has a lot of potential. At least, but it's it also just shows, like, you're talking about transit-oriented development. You know, this beautiful monorail system right here, and it wouldn't be that hard to tie this station into whatever the parking for the convention center or whatever this is here, you know. Like I say, there's just no way you could serve that convention center with parking. You'd tear down half of Las Vegas. I think they get, I don't know what the attendance figures are for like CES, but it's pretty significant. Let's see. It's this private property where they're going to get bugged if I'm here live streaming, or I go down to street level just to, I don't want to hassle some security guard. Okay. This escalator is refusing to escalate. This has been escalated to the engineer who is on their way, up or down, to check it out. Well, I got a sense of humor. That's fine. Does mean it's going to be real fun getting back up here somehow. Maybe the elevator or something, I don't know. Okay. The track keeps going over to a little barn over there. If you look at the distance, you can see a little blue barn. It's hard to see in the dark. So that must be where they can service them or park them at night or whatever, I'm not sure. Not very big, so there's one parked over there. I don't know if that was the one we were on or if it turned around. Well, that's interesting. Okay, I want to grab my tripod. We can get caught up with what's going on, but it kind of shows you the back side of, you know, you always see the front side from Las Vegas Boulevard, and there's no reason why this also couldn't be a second front side. They have a nice station here for the RTC bus, you know, it's well lit anyway. Let's see what amenities they got on this thing. So it looks like they got a off-board fare payment, tickets. Now, it actually says, for more frequent service to downtown Las Vegas, board on Las Vegas Boulevard. No service 1 to 4 a.m., 60 minutes after 11 p.m. So it looks like at one point you could buy tickets, but that's gone now. That's too bad. I mean, chicken and the egg, right? Like, is this area kind of dead despite being underneath a big monorail station? Is it dead because the people just don't want to be here and so the monorail is a failure? Or are we not doing a good enough job trying to get people excited to want to take the monorail to be here? Because once you get here, it's a big parking lot. You know, is it a parking lot because nobody's here? Or is nobody here because it's a parking lot? And the answer is probably a little of both, but it is pretty disappointing. You get all the way here to find, you know. Okay, this looks like a good place I can get the tripod back out. flip around, you can see me again here. Okay. Give me just a moment to grab the tripod out of my bag. Get to stare at the bottom of the monorail for just a second. And then we'll get back to your chats and comments here in just a second. I'm here. I didn't go anywhere. Where'd you go? Okay. Oh, I need the thing to mount it to the tripod. You get these special little clips that go between the phone and the tripod. And that's what holds it on. Dig in the bag here. That's an umbrella. There we go. One of these. So that's like half tripod, half phone mount. There we go. And we're back. Okay. There. Now you can feel a little less seasick from the shaking up and down of the monorail. But that was fun. I'm a little more courageous than I was 2 years ago. I was too chicken to go on it and with you guys because I thought, oh, well, they might think you're doing commercial photography. And now I realize I don't care. What's the worst they're going to do? They'll just say, sorry, no commercial photography. So this is not Las Vegas Boulevard. This is still Cobalt. It's one of the roads on the backside of everything. So, okay, B sent in another $5. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see. Christopher Poupay. Hey, that's a relative of mine. I just realized that I can send my Play Store credit. I know, I did that with a friend of mine. Hold on, let me get out of the sidewalk here so people can walk by. But the, oh, it's all good. Excuse me for walking away. Yeah, you said the Google surveys where they keep asking you questions of places you've been. You know, like 25 cents here, 50 cents there. And so a friend of mine did a live stream from Korea. I was very generous and spent my Google Play Store balance of, $5 on this stream. But it was kind of fun. It's a way of compelling my friend to read a ridiculous comment. As with you, you can make me say the most ridiculous stuff if you wanted to, because I'm obligated to read it, right? So thank you, Chris Buffet. Speaking of that friend, hey, Go Billy, who teaches Korean, he writes, wow, Rob found working public transportation? Is Rob in Korea? No, put it this way, there was a big rumor that went around on social media back in 2023 that the monorail was done and they were going to shut it down. And Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority came back and said, no, it's fine. We're going to still keep using it for quite a while into the future, But they're also saying, but one day when it does break down, we're not going to fix it. So they'll reuse these pylons for something. But I think it's a shame. I think this is one of the best things Vegas has going for it. But Chief D with a double-digit super chat. McDonald's on me. Will do. Craving something sweet and salty. I don't know what. Fries and a shake, probably. So that I will take you up on that, Chief D. Thank you very much. Bram writes, making my day to see Rob on live. Okay, so here's the question. I enjoy doing lives. I do get busy, but I've been trying to do lives like 4 times a year because I don't want to like overdo it and like, it's special and a lot of fun to just kind of hang out and go somewhere. But I guess the question would be, what would you think is kind of a happy balance, because obviously if I'm live every day, I'd get burnt out and you'd get tired of watching. If I do it once a year, it's not enough. What would be a good amount? Since y'all are the ones watching, you may be one of the ones who've been watching for 3 or 4 hours. What would be a good amount? And so I can kind of keep that in mind. If there's opportunity to do live streams in 2 different cities because I'm filming, but maybe they're only like 2 weeks apart, I kind of feel like, oh, we just did a live stream. I don't want to tire people out. So what's your input? Curious your input. Let me know. Let's see. Wow, the nature of Vegas is surprisingly green and lush. Well, this area, what you're seeing out the window is a lot of the casino, timeshares. So they make it pretty lush because guests are staying here. But like as you can see, right next to it, I mean, this isn't exactly lush. That's kind of more just sort of the routine of what you'd expect, right? Let's see. Lovely vending machine. Let's see. R.I.P. Mitch Hepburn. Hedberg. Okay, I just I've never heard. Is that Audrey Hedberg? B with another super chat. Thanks again, B. Writes, if you did a live stream every couple of weeks, I think a lot of us would watch, even if you're just sitting down somewhere and talking. Okay, well, I keep that in mind. I don't know, would once a month be too much? I'm just kind of curious. There is free parking at Treasure Island. Okay, that's true. So most of the Las Vegas Strip now, I'm trying to cover the mic because I think it's probably starting to get crackly from the wind. See if I can put it somewhere where maybe it blocks the wind a little bit. No, that's worse. Maybe right here. The Las Vegas Strip figured out about 10 years ago that free parking, which they had done as an amenity because they thought it would help get people into the casinos, they could just, if they all charged for parking, people would show up anyway. And people like me said, oh, this is going to be a disaster. Nobody's going to come to Las Vegas anymore. And boy, were we wrong. Even hotel guests, I never, ever stay on the Strip. One, because I'm cheap. I get better stuff off the Strip because I'm driving a car anyway. But 2, I don't want to pay for parking. If they offered complimentary parking, say, hey, you're an overnight guest, we'll comp your parking, I'd be maybe more inclined to look for deals on the Strip itself. But as soon as they're saying $30 a day for parking, I'm like, I'm out of here. My favorite casino to stay at closed in the pandemic was all the way in Henderson. It was the East Side Cannery. You could have a really nice new facility. I think it was built in 2008 or something. It was brand new, but it was always priced at a budget price because nobody wanted to go all the way out to Henderson to stay there. And it's too new of a facility to blow up, but it was not making the kind of money even post-pandemic to reopen. And so I think maybe the gaming area is open, but the hotel's closed. So I just kind of shop around, find what's cheaper. Yeah, the Treasure Island does have free parking. They're really stingy on it in that I wanted to go to a live stream I did a couple of years ago. A super chatter gave me some money and said to go try Gordon Ramsay's fish and chips, which I did. But my car wasn't anywhere near there, and so I think when I went the next day on my way home, I parked at Treasure Island. And there's a security guard there. And as you pull in, he asks, are you a guest at the hotel at Treasure Island? And I said, no, but I'm coming here to eat. And he said, okay, and he let me in and I parked. I may have been dishonest in omission. I didn't say where I was going to go eat. So I went there and I ate off-site at a different facility a mile away. Oh, let's see. Brand Pokemon. It's like Pokemon, but with an H. And bran, like the cereal that sounds really healthy until you find out it's loaded with sugar, and that's why it's so good. go buy yourself some tacos for wearing the vest all stream. Well, thank you very much. That's an easy sale. I'll eat it tomorrow. Tomorrow, Roberto's Taco Shop has their Wednesday deal where I think for $1.50 you get some of the best chicken tacos I've ever had. And so I'll definitely go grab one of those tomorrow morning on my way home. Travel Jack writes, is the monorail taxpayer funded? No, initially it was its own private thing. But they were able to issue bonds. But because it was a private thing, the bonds were at a pretty high rate, and that's why they defaulted on them, that expansion. Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority is its own thing. It's not technically government per se. I think it's kind of like a transit agency where it's like quasi-public, but it's kind of its own thing. They were able to borrow at a much cheaper rate to maintain this thing. And so that was some of the appeal of having them buy it. And I think for the monorail to be successful, you'd really want RTC to buy up the monorail, but that just doesn't, especially after the Convention and Visitors Authority bought the monorail, there just really wasn't a need for RTC to buy it. I wish RTC had bought it. They didn't, because at that point you could then use the taxing authority to expand it out. So RTC's, last I checked, they were looking at stuff like light rail and bus rapid transit going, but a lot of it's suburban. You know, RTC's goal is to get people to work, not necessarily to get tourists on and off the strip. And I think that's what makes this complicated, is they kind of do lean into the private sector for this sort of stuff, because the voting taxpayers don't care about the tourists being able to have easy access to the strip. They care about their taxpayer money going to help them get to work. And so when you look at RTC's plan, yeah, they're looking at, I think, running down Eastern Avenue or Maryland Parkway or one of those, far away. And nothing to do with the tourist corridor. So yeah, in short answer, it's okay. My friend Go Billy, I got one vote for Truman Show style 24/7 live streams. I want to see the whole drive. So we're getting votes here. Blue Duck writes, Rob, I'm not sure if it's you, your editors, or both, but your jokes, overlays, and fake ads crack me up every time. I'm a one-man team. I am the editor. So I take that as a huge compliment that you like my dumb sense of humor. I realized I needed to promote my Patreon, but I wanted to do it in a way that also let me dunk on what I thought were very sketchy sponsorships. And so I'm glad you've enjoyed them, because I leaned into the PBS model all the way. So I'm saying, look, rather than going the sponsorship route and really cheapening the content out to like churn stuff out constantly that's kind of low quality, let's build one really just darn good, solid video each month, and instead basically thank viewers like you for making it happen. And so the trade-off of that is to make good on my end, not taking the sponsorships, you know. And so the only thing close to that is the PTV software that I used in the ramp meter video, where they furnished a license in exchange for me plugging the company, you know. But it was not a full sponsorship. It was just me saying, hey, PTV furnished the license, which I think was a win-win for both of us. Joe Vet writes, doesn't PBS get most of its money from the federal government, though? No, that was true in the 80s. And under Ronald Reagan, they wisely figured out that was, to half of America, that wasn't popular. And so they realized to maintain their independence, they needed to find better sources to go. So over time, like I know NPR built up an endowment with the widow of Ray Kroc, the McDonald's widow. She left a lot of her money to NPR, and I'm not sure what that guy was doing. Sure, so why I have a blue bar at the bottom? Oh, there we go. The McDonald's widow, she wanted to make sure that let me get back here out of the wind. NPR was well funded, and so today public media, I think PBS, if you take all the money, it's 15%, 1.5 So it's, you can look at it the other way, it's 85% viewer supported. So it's not too bad. And that's a big change from the 80s when it was probably the other way around, 85% publicly funded. And so that's the model I'm trying to go after, is it, you know, trying to, you know, and I had somebody from a trade organization reach out recently, was saying, well, would I do marketing videos for some of the companies? And I'm saying, well, I kind of like doing this. I don't mind showcasing some of the companies and what they're doing as an educational tool to talk about a transportation concept. But at the end of the day, I want to have editorial control that if something doesn't smell right, maybe I won't make a video making fun of it per se, but I can at least kind of avoid it and not feel obligated to have to be promoting a company that's I consider scammy. You know, I try to get a variety of sources when I can to verify, you know, like you notice, I did a video on cameras to detect cars at red lights, but I also interviewed somebody with Caltrans who buys the equipment. I did a video on radar detection for cars, but I also interviewed a guy who's a professor in Oregon. Now, he didn't want to go on, you know, camera or on record, so I won't give his name, but on background, he was able to verify what the radar companies were saying. I did the video on the thing to stop the signal pole from bouncing up and down. Well, I also talked to UDOT. Now, UDOT just happened to be huge fans of the product, but that's good because instead of me promoting the product, you know, and I always laugh too because I go these videos, some of these pieces of transportation equipment, salespeople for the company write me and say, thank you so much for making this. I'll show this to all my clients. And then I'm going, the company just made more money than I made all year. But I enjoy it. I come from journalism. I like to be able to have, so really try to get at like the objectivity of the thing rather than just making promotional videos. But you make that possible. You know, the little bit here and a little bit there across 600 or 700 people each month gives me the freedom to be able to try to bring to you something that isn't just a commercial. It's actually really trying to do, I put it on LinkedIn, to transportation journalism. Like trying to be a reporter for this topic. So glad you like it. Enough that you're still sticking around. B with another super chat. Thank you very much. B writes, viewers like us, thank you for your quality content. Well, I appreciate that. I try hard to do it. If you go down, Pure Essence Gaming says, if you go down Paradise near the Virgin Hotel, you can see the Boring Company building toward the airport. Oh, really? Okay, I'll have to check that out. It's probably something I need a car to get at, because I remember the monorail thinking, I stayed at, back when I went to CES one year, or no, NAB, National Association of Broadcasters. It was like CBS, just with broadcast equipment. And I took the monorail to the convention center, and I was staying at what's now the Virgin Hotel, but back then it was the Hard Rock, and thinking, oh, the monorail will get me there. Oh, it did not, because the monorail turns and goes that way. And so right now, where I might be almost level with that, with the Virgin Hotel. So I go down there, we take a look, but it's dark, and it'd probably just be an hour of me walking, so. Cheers from Phoenix, writes Ginseng. Huge fan. The best part is I studied no bit of city planning in college. Well, I studied a minor in city planning at an unaccredited program. PBS would never have a show that's as pro-road as your channel. I give them a chance. I worked in public media, so it's I don't know. I've got a soft spot for it. Nice 92 with a super chat. I'm sure someone asked before, but have you considered hosting fan meetups in some of the cities you've visited? It'd be great to have one in SoCal. I don't know that anybody's really asked to do a fan meetup, so that's interesting you bring that up. I'm not sure what we would do. You know, I mean, the proverbial I'll go get beers, except I don't drink. Long story, involves my brothers. They don't handle their liquor well. And I took that to heart. I said, you know, your brothers don't drink well. I probably don't either. So And plus, I love to drive, drink and drive. But, you know, find something to hang out and do. That could be kind of fun. It kind of happened in Chicago on accident. Everybody just crashed the stream. And so that was kind of fun. But, yeah, I mean, I suppose I could have done one tonight, but I just don't know how many people live in Las Vegas, you know. So, but that's an idea to think about. Yeah, I appreciate the thought. Do a video on Salem, Oregon, writes Goldfish Records. Well, I didn't do a video on Salem, but I do show the Department of Transportation and the state capitol and some of my Portland videos recently, so that kind of close. But lived in Salem for a little while, off of Portland Highway and Hyacinth, where it turns into, oh gosh, is it Hawthorne? It's the road, the frontage road for I-5, the apartment there I used to live in. Taking my time trying to read a bunch of the comments, and the problem is pizza parties while ranting about transit would be fun, no alcohol needed. That's the ITE conference. That'd be fun. We could do something like that. Yeah. Well, you get my wheels thinking here. I'm open to ideas. We'd fly there to discuss transportation. I'm putting pressure on me now. The other is trying to figure out what would be good places to meet up, because sometimes on my live streams be kind of obscure, like Orem, Utah, or Oklahoma City. But when GTA 6 comes out, you can read the reviews, let's see if the roads and see if they're safe. Oh, I'm already doing that. The new trailer today, I was looking, going, okay, Interstate 97. That's a fun parody of I-95. It was the correct font. The signs all look good. And I was going, well, is there an I-97? I was nowhere near a computer, and I was thinking, well, if there is one, it's probably up north somewhere, because it had to be east of 95. 95 runs outside of Boston. So east of that 97, but then you get to Maine, and in Maine I drove 95 and there's nothing east of it, so maybe there is no 97, which would make it a perfect road to parody of I-95. Anyway. E.T. the guy, would you ever run for office? Oh, I hope not. Oh, I hope not. No, thank you. Brand Pocahontas, Salem's failed freeway expansion could be a topic for a failed freeway expansion too. Yeah, Salem is an interesting one. I don't know that I mean, having a freeway connect to the bridge to get to West Salem might have been all right. The Salem Parkway that never got built, but I drove Salem Parkway. It moves okay. You know, it's not huge. It's not like 99W where, you know, it's just a disaster. That's the highway at the beginning of the video where I talk about they tried to toll the main street through McMinnville. That road needs to be a freeway. But I don't know if Salem necessarily needs it. The Phoenix area meetup, that's not too far from me. Yeah. The camera's flipped, I know. And on both phones, Gideon. Both phones. Both the S22 until it died and now the A16. Rob for Secretary of Transportation. You know what makes my heart good? Feel good? Whatever your politics are, Pete Buttigieg goes to cities like Salt Lake City, praises the transit system. Sean Duffy goes to Salt Lake City, praises the transportation system. So I go, you know, the commuter rail system. So it's just good to know that, like, good infrastructure is good infrastructure, and no matter how crazy things get in every other aspect of our lives, maybe that's like the one thing we can, like, at least we all agree we want safe, efficient, cost-effective, reliable transportation. And I'm out here arguing 85% of it's going to be car-based. So let's see. I-97 is in Maryland. Okay, so we now know that Grand Theft Auto 6 actually takes place not in Leonida, but in Maryland. Let's do a fan event on the new BRT line that UTA is opening soon up in Utah. Yeah, I mean, Utah would be, I'm up there quite a bit. That would be pretty easy. Wish I saw you in Oklahoma City. They have since built this scissor. Have you been since they built Scissortail Park? I'm not familiar with Scissortail Park. We mostly hung around where they removed I-40, so I haven't seen it. Fourth for Phoenix. Bus lanes versus HOV lanes are both. There are freeway on-ramps near me, and they're all set up, all these cones, and partially closed it for months and months, and I've only started recently doing work on it. You know, that's not good construction staging if they close the ramp and leave it shut, Jack. My grandparents said 217, the Portland Highway, was a mess in construction, and that was back in the 80s, still a mess now. Yeah, I mean, 217 is what it is. It's a west side beltway that's really short and very narrow, and has exits that are spaced like half a mile apart. Amy, thank you for being so awesome. I appreciate that, Amy. Wish I could read them all, but you guys write them faster than I can read them. Your phone camera should have a setting to turn off selfie mirroring. Might not work while it's in use, though. Yeah, and that's where we were at earlier. So I thought I had all the settings set right. YouTube now has where you can set ahead of time to make it horizontal, because I had that problem in Chicago where it went vertical on me. Yeah, let's see, any chance you'll show up at ITE Western District in Long Beach this June? Yes, I will be at ITE, and I won't be able to write it off because I can, when I travel more than, so it's another thing to consider. If I travel more than 100 miles, I can write the travel and the hotel costs off my taxes. The problem is I live 79 miles from Long Beach, and I talked to my tax guy, and he said, no, you can't write it off. It's under 100 miles. So Long Beach, that's all on me with no write-off. And I'm not staying at the Convention Center Hotel, but Long Beach ain't cheap, especially in June. So, but I'll be there. It'll be fun. So maybe one of the days I'll wear a green shirt. Let's see. Nostalgic writes, the old I-40 was sketchy in Oklahoma City. It used to freeze and have potholes under it where there was a lot of homeless, or it was parking lots. Yeah, and if you watch that live stream, I-40 was a big, an elevated viaduct like this, except it was a freeway, and it just cut right through the heart of downtown, and the viaduct was falling apart, so they had a couple of choices. They're like, well, okay, well, so you go talking to an urbanist, they say, well, remove it and have no freeway. And the answer is no, it's I-40, it's got to be there. Okay, so option 2 is, well, rebuild the viaduct in place. Well, what if you want to make it wider? What if you want to add some auxiliary lanes and things? Well, now you're tearing down more of downtown. And the enormous expense and maintenance cost of building another viaduct. And so then they came up with the right plan, I think. Reroute I-40, just build a new one, I-40 on the ground, loop it around downtown on the south side, and then they turned the old viaduct into just a regular city street. Still hasn't, I mean, I guess it's still pretty recently, but it hasn't turned into the development that I think maybe people had hoped. You know, what we saw, one of the first ones of those was San Francisco, where they had the Embarcadero double-deck structure, you know, where the freeway was elevated like this, and it ran off the Bay Bridge going north toward the Golden Gate. And the idea is it'd be this double-deck freeway run right along the waterfront. Like, you know, the tourist, if you've ever been to San Francisco, you know, the tourist area of like Fisherman's Wharf. Had they built that out, the city and Fisherman's Wharf would have a double-decker freeway, you know, like triple-deck structure blocking it. And the ferry building, the Embarcadero building, it was blocking it. And after the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake messed up a bunch of double-deck stuff, including that, it gave the city and Caltrans an opportunity to say, hey, let's tear this down. We'll just build a regular city street at ground level. And it worked great and just spurred all kinds of development and rejuvenation. And so I think every city that thinks about doing a freeway removal looks at that and says, we want to be just like Oklahoma, or we want to be just like San Francisco. And so I can maybe see urban planning types in Oklahoma City. I have nothing to back this up. I haven't researched it, but I could imagine them saying, won't this be great? We'll get rid of the freeway downtown and we'll have this nice corridor where we'll do all this development. Well, they got a little bit, but only a little bit. It hasn't all built out. Someday it will. It's still good they did it, but I'm just saying California has such a huge economic engine that if you do a huge change to the transportation system like that, the development's going to follow probably pretty fast. Where Oklahoma City, it's much smaller. Was a market of 2 million or something like that. It's just not quite the engine of the Bay Area's 8 or 9 million, 10 million. So let's see. We've decided fan meetup in Phoenix. Oh, okay. Come to San Diego instead. Well, we do have nicer weather. Let's see. Thoughts on the I-10 widening in Phoenix video, maybe? Yeah, I haven't found the angle to look at. Similarly, few people have written about Orlando's I-4 Ultimate project, and if the story is just somebody made a big freeway, that's neat. But a lot of it is there? It's loud. Is there a particular engineering challenge, political challenge, economic challenge, equity challenge? Is there something in particular about that project? And there usually is. And the idea of doing a story on, well, I-10 is now too big, is what somebody pitched me. And I go, well, is it? You know what I mean? I know induced demand is a thing. But I also know that it's not immediately a thing, unless it's the 405, but that's another story. And so, when you build the way Phoenix is, everything kind of goes around that corner. You know what I mean? Maybe that is the right size. If I'm going to do a story on a freeway being too big, let's do it in Toronto on the 401, right? Because that's a case study of the biggest freeway in the world, But I don't know. The I-10 is really too big for what they're trying to do. I don't know. I do know it will still have traffic. If there's still, right? But the other thing to consider is people say, well, this freeway widening was a failure because at rush hour we widened it and it still jams at rush hour, and that's true. You took the capacity, and it used to be you'd hit the ceiling and then you'd be jammed for like 3 hours, 4 hours, and then you'd come back down. And then you raise it, and now the capacity comes up, and you jam, and it's like 2 or 3 hours, and you come back down. You say, see, it's a failure. And I go, well, not necessarily, because those triangles or extra capacity that work. And then you get outside of the peak. Well, maybe at lunchtime, the old freeway was about to jam, but now the capacity's up here, and so it works just fine at lunchtime. And so there's a lot of off-peak. A lot of it is I'm looking at going, okay, you're never going to fix peak hour. The urban planners are right on that. You're never going to build enough capacity during morning and afternoon rush hour to handle everybody who wants to go. I'm on board with that. But to say that because it still failed during peak hour, that the road widening was a failure, I'm not sure. Because there's a lot of extra economic activity that can be handled off-peak now. So, I don't know. I have to think about it. I haven't studied the I-10 project enough to know. I'm just kind of spitballing on that one. But let's see. Swisher Surgeon. Rob, love your content. Keep it up. The piece on the I-5 bridge was chef's kiss. I'm glad you liked it. That one was fun. I did my original video just... long story. I filmed the original video about what was wrong with the old bridge in the summer of 22 when I had been taking care of my grandpa who'd had some strokes, and I kind of had a burnout. My dad rescued me. He said, look, we can help take care of him. Why don't you just go take a trip? So I was like, I'm just going to go to Oregon. I haven't been to Oregon in years. And while I was there, I said, you know what? Let me bring my equipment. I'll film some stuff. So I filmed that video, and it didn't come out until, I don't think until January of 24, just because of production scheduling with everything else that popped in line in front of it. No interview on that one. I just used the old environmental impact document on that. But it made some fans at the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. So their PR people reached out to me and said, hey, do you want to do a follow-up on that? And I said, absolutely. So last October, I got to meet with Greg Johnson's schedule's pretty busy, but I met with him and tried to really find all the stuff I could. I was going to meet with No New Freeways, but the gentleman from No New Freeways was there at one of the public events. So that's the guy you see there. And what I was really impressed with is proponents and car skeptics were a lot more reasonable than I expected. The No New Freeways people, obviously they're going to advocate that they want no additional capacity, but it was not a red line for them. So they were willing to I think, get 2 more lanes in each direction. So going from 3 and 3 to 5 and 5, if you count the aux lane. And I think that's a huge win, you know. Maybe it was 4 and 4, but I think it was when it was 6 and 6. They're like, no, we're not going to do that. But I think they were willing to do 5 and 5. But that was great. A lot of good sources on that, and you know, I hope it gets built. You know, I question if priorities at Federal Transit Administration, if the light rail funding that they're anticipating getting from FTA might get deprioritized by this administration with different goals. And if that's the case, does the deal fall apart and then the bridge not happen? I mean, the bridge is going to happen. It's just, is this particular go-around going to be the one to get it over the line? And I think they got the right team. I think if it's going to happen, this is it. But you don't know until you know. So we'll have to wait and see. Let's see. Eric Glider wrote, I thought the Katy Freeway in Houston was the largest in the world. I saw a YouTube short the other day where somebody claimed that, but I don't know if that's true. I'll have to look it up. And it also depends, like, are you counting the feeder roads? Because I don't really count the feeder roads as being part of the freeway. The feeder roads are, if they have driveways on them, they're not part of the freeway. And the 401, I don't know. So I'll have to see. Oh boy, I'm falling far, far, far behind here. Hello from Perth, Australia, writes Benj Mathers. Hello. See that Oklahoma City, that it was surveyed by 2 different people, and when the city started, the streets don't align. No, I didn't know that. That's funny. There are some cities, like Las Vegas, you ever want fun, look at the suburbs to the west and the 1 mile by 1 mile grid. Some of them don't line up and they start getting crooked. So that's kind of fun. What would you like to see in Portland, like new freeways? Because right now, east to west kind of is a bottleneck. So I like the idea I was having toward the end of the last video, if you got a chance to see it, about the Mountain Hood Freeway, is build the Sunrise Corridor between 26 and 205 as a freeway. And then what I would love to see, and it ain't going to happen, is take the Milwaukee Expressway over a new bridge up to 43 and take it up to I-5. But then you break I-5 because it'd be bringing too many cars to I-5. So I don't know. Portland has decided they want to grow a different way, and so I'm kind of more inclined to say, go all in on that. Just build more light rail. That's what you want to do it. Rather than kind of, any other city, I'd have some really good freeway ideas, but Portland, I'm just kind of going, just fine, go all in on this. Unlimited density near transit, lot splits, do whatever just go all for it. 401 has more grade separated lanes. Rob, could you talk about the new LED streetlights and how some of them are too bright and blind you while driving compared to the old orange streetlights? I wasn't familiar with that. I'll have to look into that. I heard, the closest thing I heard to that was that some of them were failing and turning purple. But I saw somebody pitched me on that. It just wasn't quite enough to be a whole story, but I probably should have done a YouTube short on it, especially when in Bakersfield, a bunch of them turned purple as well one day. You just drive down the street and everything's purple. So that was new to me. But we have a super chat from Lukewarm Hugs. Thank you very much. He writes, Lukewarm Hugs, they write, appreciate your videos. Thanks for what you do. Well, you're very welcome. And I'm glad you have fun with it. I remember in grad school, I'm learning to be a
engineer, and just blurting out to my classmate, I'm like, honestly, I just have more fun being able to just talk about this stuff. You know? And then it kind of happened. So I appreciate that. Ardre writes, car headlights are too white and bright now. Okay, if you have a car that was meant for halogen lights, don't put LEDs in them. I learned this. The LED light scatters in a different pattern than halogens, and the housing in your car won't pick the light up right, and it'll shine photons all over the place, and it will blind the other driver. It may look better from your perspective, maybe, because everything seems brighter, but it comes at the cost of blinding everybody else. So your car comes with halogens, stick with halogens. Your car comes with LEDs, well, then you're set. But don't, you know, there's a reason why. I went to AutoZone, the guy was trying to sell me the LEDs, and then I got looking, it says not for highway use. And he goes, bah, nobody cares about that. I go, I don't know. It says not for highway use. It's sort of like the car repair guy on YouTube, Scotty Kilmer. Just be careful before you copy what he did. And he was doing like a brake job or something, and right on the box it says not for automobiles or whatever. And he's using this thing to fix a car, and I'm sitting there saying, you know, like, I mean, I'm all for bending the rules, but like if it literally says on the box, don't use this on a car, then to me, don't use it on a car, whether it's a brake kit or a LED light, you know. Hi, Rob. I like to place gorilla benches at bus stops that don't have them. What do you think I can do to make my shenanigans more effective? Start selling advertising so you have more revenue to put in more benches, right? No, I don't know. I do remember as a kid growing up that there was a neighborhood and the bus bench was all broken down. So like the neighborhood, it was really sad. They saved up all this money to buy a new bench, and they demolished the old bench and threw it away, and they put the new bench in, and then the transit authority got mad at them, said that they were all in trouble for theft of the original bench. And so they went to the news with that, because they're like, well, we threw it away. So I don't know, just don't throw the old bench away if you're putting a new one in, you know, so they don't get dinged for that. But yeah, it's I don't know. I wish that they put probably the best way to do your bench thing, honestly, I don't know if it's in a suburban setting, is to reach out to the homeowner in front by the stop or the business owner and say, hey, do you mind if you put the bench on just slightly on private property, so that way if transit agency gets mad at you, you can say, oh no, the bench was on private property. It had nothing to do with your agency. I don't know. I've never heard of somebody doing that, so I mean, props to you for doing that. That's really cool. Would you consider doing a tier list video of urban freeways to consider deleting? A lot of the ones that have been meant to, I mean, Baltimore, right? The I-70 to nowhere. I don't know if I can make a tier list of them though, but the one in Detroit, south of 94, I forget, but it's the one that it goes like 1 mile into downtown. And I'm like, if it connected to something, like if it connected to the new bridge, I'd be like, no, keep it. If it goes somewhere. But if the freeway doesn't, like my rule of thumb is if you have an urban freeway and it cuts through downtown and it doesn't connect to anything, then it probably shouldn't be there because it doesn't connect to anything. Now Dallas, where they wanted to demolish, I think is it US, I forget what it is, but it's the one that goes between Deep Ellum and downtown. And now that Deep Ellum is full of a bunch of like hippy dippy coffee shops and sushi bars, now suddenly they want the freeway gone. But the freeway has something like 125,000 trips a day on it or something ridiculous, because it goes somewhere. It connects Interstate 35E to something else, or I can't remember what, Interstate 45 and 335, I forget. You just look on the map, you know what I'm talking about. And so what would happen is all that traffic would have to go all the way around, and the argument is, oh well, we could just get rid of it. It's in a downtown, so it deserves to be deleted and removed. And I'm going, well, but it goes somewhere. So it's kind of hard to get rid of it if it actually goes somewhere. If it just, like the 110 freeway through downtown LA, it goes somewhere. It goes from Pasadena to Long Beach, like and it has like, over 100,000 trips a day. So, but yeah, the Baltimore freeway doesn't go anywhere. So you get rid of that. The Detroit one doesn't go anywhere. You get rid of that. The Seattle one they put underground, 99. Even Salt Lake City, which didn't really have the freeway go through downtown, but they used to have. If you go back and look at Google Maps of Salt Lake City, Google Earth, and go back in time to the 90s and 80s, they would have these big viaducts. They still have them, but now the viaducts dump immediately straight down to city level. They used to go like a half a mile or a mile into the city, and then even have like little high-speed ramps that would come off of them and anything. And when they rebuilt the freeway, Utah took the viaducts out. So even Utah's cars, everybody, kind of did a freeway deletion of sorts. But again, the viaducts didn't go anywhere. They just took you halfway across downtown and then dumped you into the city. It's like, well, okay, we'll just dump them down sooner, Denver, no. I'm trying to think of major cities and what freeways you could delete, and I'm not thinking of a huge list right now. But even that one in is it Brooklyn, where they have the 3 layers on the side of a hill and it's going to fall down. You get looking at that on the map, you go, well, but it does kind of go somewhere. So, but it is in Brooklyn, so maybe it shouldn't be there. Anyway, you got me thinking. Tier list of that would be something else. Matt Brannigan with a super chat. Hi. Matt writes, I miss low pressure sodium lamps. The lovely sepia tone it gave in the night. Oh no, you're not talking that. You're actually talking that light tone. So I saw an LA Times article 5-6 years ago that LA was in trouble because they'd always used those type of lamps, and so the city, like all cities, had that orange look to it. And when they go back and try to shoot something they were trying to make a scene that looked like it was from the 70s or something, but everything was LED now, and everything was lit up wrong. And then they go in the video editor and try to add the orange back in, and it didn't quite look right. And so for the film industry, LEDs have been very bad because it just the look doesn't look right. But boy, it saves a lot of money, and the bulbs last longer as long as they don't turn purple. And you see better, like this kind of color. It's kind of nice to drive down the road at night, not everything be orange. So I'm a huge fan of LEDs. That was one of the first things where, as a kid, I was grew up as a skeptic of the environmental movement because they hit us so hard on the head as kids. Literally showing us a conspiracy theory video in elementary school about, did you know that the auto industry has the technology to make a car that gets 50 miles a gallon, but they don't want to bring it to market? And they're showing us this video in 3rd grade, as a Earth Day video, and I suppose it was half right. What is going on over here? I'll keep talking, but let's have a look here at cop activity there. See if I can. Hold on, I gotta tighten this thing up. Hello. Okay. So we got a bunch of cop cars hanging out down there doing something. Anyway, I was talking about Earth Day conspiracy theory videos, and even as a kid, I've since learned they were talking about hybrid technology. It's just it wasn't commercially viable in 1994. But yeah, 5 years later, it came out as the Prius. So the video wasn't wrong, but as a kid, did somebody put a rainbow on their dumpster here? The front of that almost a pickup truck was rainbow colored. I've never seen one like that. Anyway, So I became really skeptical of that, because as a kid, that just felt like propaganda, you know, even though it factually was kind of correct. And I think I carried that through all the way to college. And then in college, the LED light bulb came out, and this like thing snapped in my head where I go, oh, if the green movement actually leads to an abundance of cheap activity or energy or travel or power or light or whatever, where we're able to actually have more for less electricity, that's fantastic. And it just suddenly, environmentalism came alive in me, because I go like, environmentalism isn't this altruistic thing. It's about being a good steward of the resource and saying, why on earth would I waste perfectly good electricity burning it up in a filament bulb when I can have this cheap LED that hardly uses any electricity, and heck, I can leave it on all day and it hardly uses any power compared to the old one for half an hour, you know? And so that's kind of my philosophy since then, of like, I believe in a world where eventually we have such an abundance of solar and everything else that you can have all the power in the world you want, you know? So anyway, that's interesting. But yeah, thank you, Matt. I appreciate the super chat here. Let's see, go to, glad you're going the full California experience of living under a bridge. Well, thankfully I've got family, so I can live in a guest room in a loved one's trailer. California is a wonderful place, except for the cost of housing. But the good news is everywhere else is expensive too. So now you don't have to feel left out. R. Dreher, he worked in radio for years. I did. I had a boss, really nice boss, and I was just finished my undergrad in college. I was trying really hard to be a talk radio guy. I wanted to have my own talk show, and he was nice. He let me do one on air at a weird hour for like 3 days just to kind of prove it. Mainly because he knew it would teach me how hard it is. You know, everybody, I heard a radio professional once say everybody has like 2 to 3 really good days of radio. Like you could take any one of you and put you on the radio and you could do like 3 good shows because you have like all the points you really want to get out there and talk about. But what do you talk about on day 4 and day 5 and day 6 and day 100 and day 200 and day 1,000, right? That's where it starts to get hard. And but I appreciate my boss letting me try, you know. And I remember one day he said some comment as he was leaving the station. He says, well, the good news is there's, you know, you don't have to be on air. A lot of people find a fulfilling career doing stuff off air, you know. And then he got in his car and took off. And I didn't think too much of it, but it kind of reinforced my thought that, yeah, a lot of us just aren't cut out to be, there's another cop car. A lot of us just aren't cut out to be on air. Apparently, he felt really bad that after he got about 20 minutes away from the station, he turned around and came back. And this is, I mean, after hours, everybody was gone, and he came back in and he said, hey, I didn't mean that. I didn't, you know, he's like, I think I came across accidentally making you think that you weren't good enough to be on air, and I wasn't trying to say that. And I respected the heck out of that boss. And that partly what kept me in the industry for so long, making California fast food workers now make more than I made most of my radio career. So that's kind of shows you what the industry's like. But boy, you could have fun, especially back then. People think they want to have fun, they go into TV, and you never get on air in TV. You work for years and years and years, and you never climb the ladder, and you just have like one little job that you do. Radio doesn't have the staff for that, and so a lot of times they're like, hey, go voice this thing, you know. Anyway, go voice this thing. Like I was a brand new employee at 18 years old, my first radio job, and the show host didn't show up. The good news is we had her recording from last week. The one I messed up and forgot to hit record in the first 10 minutes of the show was gone. So I was scared. I called the operations manager and I go, Frank, I think we can't play that recording because I cut off the first 10 minutes. And he goes, okay, well, just crack open the mic and say today's episode is a pre-recorded program. We joined the program already in progress. All right, put it on air. And I'm like, I get to go on the radio. So I have a recording of it. I think I called my college roommates and I said, go to my room and get my cassette player and tune it to AM 1400 and hit record. I'm going to be on air. And I sounded horrible because I was a nervous 18-year-old. And I sounded like a little kid, you know. It's like, today's episode of Healthy Wealthy Wow is a pre-recorded program. We joined the program already in progress. But I had done it. I'd gotten on air. And it was so fun. And the rest of your career, you get paid nothing. But you get to go do production and get on air and do things because they're so strapped for talent. And, you know, and unfortunately, the industry has gotten worse since then. I don't even know now if somebody working entry level at a radio station outside, especially in a bigger market, would ever get to do anything now because so much of it comes from national programming. You go to a small town, you still get to do a heck of a lot. So, you know, if you have that love for radio and you don't mind living in you don't mind country music and you don't mind living in a town of, you know, 10,000 people, there's still room in that industry. But the big cities, it's kind of died, you know. And it's sad to watch, but I was privileged to have been part of it during its decline, you know. But what fun that was. And so this is, you're just giving me an opportunity to relive it, to pretend I'm a talk show host, even though I never got to really be one. And, you know, we can talk transportation, although at this point we're getting really off topic here. So, let's see. Oh, talking some of the different freeways that should be removed. Interstate 70 and Interstate 83 should have been completed. I-95. Yeah, I mean, back in the 60s, if they had bullied I-70 all the way through to downtown Baltimore, then sure, I'd say it deserves to be there. But because it didn't get built, it's like, well, then what's the point of having I mean, it's never going to get built. There's a park in the way, you know, and it's like, you know, it didn't get built in the 80s, it didn't get built in the 90s, it didn't get built in the 2000s, it didn't get built in the 10s, and it's not going to get built in the 20s, it's not going to be built in the 30s, so let's just rip the Band-Aid off and get rid of it and just reimagine the space as something better, you know, and just chalk it up as a loss. But anyway. Let's see. Delete Des Moines. What? So instead of removing the freeway, you just get rid of the entire city of Des Moines? What about Sacramento? Sacramento needs more freeways, not fewer. Sacramento, there's like one strip of Sacramento, which should be this way, but because everything's mirrored, it's this way. And you go out that way toward Lake Tahoe, and there's like two great freeways. And you try to go anywhere else, there's no freeway. And so I like if Sacramento were in Texas, they'd build a big beltway all the way around it, and then it would be good for 30 years. But it's California, and I just don't see them building anything that big, especially in Sacramento, where, you know, lawmakers from all over the state show up. So it is what it is. Interstate 81 in Syracuse is coming down. That's a good one. Yeah, that freeway didn't really go anywhere. It was like a little tight belt within the existing downtown that serve no purpose. 6625 LAX $900 million Metro Transit Center opens. Will you show up? Oh, maybe if they have a date. Maybe not as a video. Maybe go live stream it. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I've talked to. Let me think about that. But yeah, that's coming up here pretty quick. Thanks for the date. I appreciate that. Are you standing under the Las Vegas Monorail? Yes, I am. And if you want to go backwards in time, you can ride it. But I didn't want to bother the passengers doing too much chit-chat on the monorail, so we're standing underneath it where nobody seems to mind. Let's see. Are you going to do a video on the boring loop transit system since you're in Las Vegas now? They claim a peak capacity so far of 4,500 passengers per hour. Not on this trip, but it's on my board. Because what I'm trying to figure out is every transportation tunnel I've ever been in has regular fire exits. And every promotional video I've seen of the boring tunnel not only doesn't have fire exits, it doesn't appear to have the space to walk on the sides for emergency exits. And I'm wondering, is there an international tunnel standard this thing's just not meeting? Which is going to make me a lot of friends with the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Bureau if I dunk it on site. It's not a video I would want to do flippantly because I want to first find out the facts and make sure it's solid before I. But and I'm not saying this politically. I'm trying to avoid politics. But my confidence in the whole thing wiggles. I'm gonna lean against it. It moved. My confidence in a certain tech executive's ability to deliver a quality project has sunk significantly over the last 7 years, and it's at all-time lows. So if this certain tech executive claims that the future of transit for Las Vegas is a bunch of underground tunnels that have no fire escapes, forgive my skepticism of the project. The same tech executive who said he was going to build a tunnel from Hawthorne to LAX within 3 years. 3 years. And that was the moment I started to question this tech executive's ability to actually deliver on real projects. And then he made the worst vehicle I've ever experienced. It was probably one of the best drivetrains mounted to the worst bodies I've ever seen. And I saw it at the LA Auto Show. And let's just say the DeLorean is no longer the worst stainless steel vehicle ever built. Because the DeLorean's pretty bad. I love Back to the Future. The DeLorean was my hero until I met it. And they say never meet your heroes. Jeremy Clarkson said, never meet your heroes because you'll only be disappointed. Oh boy, I saw a DeLorean in person and I said, never mind, I never want one of these. And then I saw the DeLorean's new big brother. The front of the Cybertruck, the hood line, is just, they just took the stainless steel and chopped it off. It'll cut you. Like if you take your hand and go like that real fast, you get a cut. And the fenders are the same way. They're vertical. So that Cybertruck came at me, lost control, hopped the sidewalk here, and came at me at 40 miles an hour. It chopped me in half. I'm sorry, that's the worst vehicle I've ever seen. Now, I test drove one at the LA Auto Show. Smooth drivetrain, responsive. The way it handles going around the corners is great. I don't know how they do it, but the truck, the vehicle, it's not really a truck. The vehicle kind of shrinks as you drive it, and it feels really nimble. Love that. Great. Fantastic. But what I don't like is the fact that if you hit anyone, you're driving a knife down the street. What I don't like is when you open the door, and you try to grab the door to close it, or open it or whatever, the whole side of the door is just a chopped off piece of stainless steel that you can cut your hand on. What I don't like is that the panels look like they're about ready to fall off. I'm sorry, no. I will compliment the Model 3 all day, every day. I recommended it to a friend, despite everything going on in the world. I said, honestly, this was last August, but it was like, if you're looking for a cheap electric car, that's the one to go, the Model 3. But the Model S, Model X, no, go get a BMW. They're better, they're nicer, same price. You want an electric truck? Go get the Ford. It's actually a truck. It won't cut your hand. But I'm sorry, no, the same guy who made that horrible body of a vehicle, great drivetrain, wonderful drivetrain, drove great, but horrible vehicle. I question his decision making to dig a bunch of hamster tunnels all over. I may be proven wrong. I'll give it an objective view once they're built. But right now, I'm not running cars in underground tunnels. How's that any better than just running a car in a dedicated lane? Like it's not mass transit. It's just cars in an underground tunnel. Anyway, I get off on that. Your thoughts on the Slate pickup? I mean, I hope they can deliver what they say. I mean, I like the idea that you have this bare bones, cheap pickup, single cab that can just, but I showed it to my dad. My dad's a bare bones kind of guy. I said, look at this, a little $25,000 pickup. He goes, I like that. I said, it's so cheap, doesn't even have a radio in it. I like that. He says, does it come in quad cab? No, that's the point. It's a single cab. And so that's the problem. These trucks get so expensive because people who actually are interested in buying them, they're looking for the truck experience, which is, well, if I'm going to get a truck, I better get four-wheel drive in case it snows. So I better be lifted because I don't want to get stuck. And then I want it to be a quad cab because sometimes I want to take passengers along. And I also want it to be powerful because when I get something big, I want it to go fast. And it's like by the time they're done, they've built out a $75,000 F-150. And, you know, and then it's $75,000. And so I like the idea of the ambition of the little slate pickup being, no, we're going to build something cheap and simple, and it's going to be $25,000. Now, I've heard this story before. The Ford Maverick came out, and it was supposed to be the $19,000 hybrid pickup. Perfect. I was going to be my next car. I said, all right, the fit's getting worn out. I've never been a truck guy, but you know what? If I can get this little pickup truck that gets 37 miles a gallon all day, and I can have a bed in the back, great, let's do it. Couldn't get it. Now, it's the $29,000 hybrid pickup. And it's like, well, now I'm not interested in it anymore. I'm going to be at $29,000. I might as well get something nicer, like a Camry hybrid or something, you know? So that's what I'm worried is going to happen with the slate pickup is they're starting at, you know, a cheap price. But I bet you by the time people actually buy it, it's going to be 40 grand. So, but we'll see. Hopefully, I'm optimistic. Lawrence Frazier writes, green political parties routinely get in the way of things that would actually help the environment because either that helps them get reelected or they don't understand budgets. I'd also argue it's outdated. There was a time when, like nuclear power, there was a big push. The kind of older generations, Sierra Club type people wanted to get rid of nuclear power because, in fairness, nuclear power puts an enormous cost of waste on the entire planet long after humanity's gone. And so I understand, like, that's a huge expense for future generations. But if we need to address climate change rapidly, and we need a lot of electricity really, really, really fast, maybe nuclear power for a few decades is a bridge to get there. And so I'm open to it. You know, and so that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like pragmatic green versus idealistic green. Idealistic green would be, well, nobody use electricity at all. And I go, well, that's going to be fine for about a week. And then people are going to miss their amenities. They're going to miss their food. They're going to miss their, you know. So, I don't know. Let's scroll down a bit. DTD writes, I've never seen a Tesla truck actually haul something. Oh man, I wish my other phone wasn't dead. I've got a picture. San Bernardino at Home Depot, like a month after the Cybertruck came out. A guy welded a bunch of racks onto a Cybertruck, and he actually went to Home Depot, was hauling like 12-inch 2x4s and 4x4 posts on his rack. And I'm looking at it, and I was, oh, the Cybertruck looked horrible. But I was going, hey, props to the guy. He's actually using it as a truck, you know. But most of them are just, they're meme vehicles. It's an excuse for somebody to drive a $105,000 meme, which is great. Good for them. It's free country. I'm all for it. But I remember when the Cybertruck came out, before we even learned about all the problems with it, telling a friend of mine, I said, I wouldn't recommend a Cybertruck as a first car or as a second car. But if you're in the market where you can have a $105,000 third car, go for it. But anybody else, if you actually want a truck, every time I've talked to somebody, the three times I've talked to people with Ford F-150 Lightnings, they've said, yeah, they've had some weird bugs and I just need some things fixed. But otherwise, day to day, they love it. because it's actually a truck. You know, it's not good for towing, but for day-to-day hauling junk around in the bed, it's great. So for government fleets, the you know, where the trucks don't go that far, the Lightning's perfect. So, anyway, let's see. I feel like Rob would do a great Jim Carrey impression. Oh gosh, what's one of his lines? It's I changed lanes at the intersection while I was speeding. The pen is. The pen is. I don't know if I can do Jim Carrey. Somebody once called me a budget Bill Burr. I don't think I'm nearly angry enough, but I took that as a compliment. You know, I kind of got a Bill Burr thing going on. You know, what's the deal with the drivers in Boston? Huh? Six Flags in Maryland is closing down. What do you think the land will be used for? I don't know. I didn't know they were closing. If house condos, probably. I'll have to look into that. I didn't know. Is that part of when Cedar Fair bought out Six Flags? They decided to close it. Is that what it is? Because I know Santa Clarita had the original Magic Mountain. Six Flags bought them out, so it was Six Flags Magic Mountain. Now that Cedar Fair has bought out Six Flags, they took all the signs down, and anything Six Flags is gone. It is now, you go on the 5 freeway at Santa Clarita, Magic Mountain. It is obvious. It's a whole new thing, and so I wonder if that's part of that merger or not. Joe Vet says, drink more water, your lips are chapped. I will when we're done. I only brought one bottle. I should have brought more. Same way I should have brought more battery for the other phone. You out there to look at something complete, Tropicana project? Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Hello from Michigan, says Michael. Howdy, Michael. I think the boring loop, it's great in concept, but won't live up to its planned potential. Yeah, I mean, I think, my personal opinion, uneducated, and I'm open to learning if I'm wrong, is that the Convention and Visitors Bureau is getting played. Whether or not the Boring Company is actively scamming the Bureau, or if they really believe in their project, but they just don't know what they're doing, which is probably more likely, you know. But I'm just like, if you just stop and think of the concept, it's like, why does ground transportation have a problem? Like, why do we have this monorail? And it's because, well, I guess 2 reasons. One is that you can't provide ample parking at the convention center, and technically the driving Teslas in a tunnel would fix that. Driving Teslas on the ground would fix that too, but okay, it has a dedicated lane underground. But if the idea is, okay, well, you have a big mob of people and a train rolls up and you can discharge, let's say, 100 people onto the train every 10 minutes. So that's 1,000 people an hour, and then they're claiming 4,500 an hour with the cars. So what's three people a car? 4,500. So that would be every 150 times an hour. And so then that would be how many seconds? How many seconds do you have in an hour? I don't know. All I know is maybe it's a new concept, maybe it'll work, but I just see in Asia, when they need to move a lot of people, they use a train. They don't use an underground car. So, but convention center's money. They can have fun with that, see if it works. The cup is just standing there menacingly. Yeah, I'm gonna get herpes. I'm not touching that. No. One Rob, one cup. No. We're not even going near that. Tunnels require money and expertise, writes Dylan, and I'll let you choose which one of those the tech exec lacks. Yeah, I mean, so my dad works in aerospace, and he's always been a big fan of SpaceX and respected, you know, game recognizes game. You know, my dad's worked in the more conventional, boring side of aerospace, but he loves to watch the SpaceX launches. But recently, he was really having a hard time because SpaceX blew up their launch pad. That didn't impress him. because they've known how to build launch pads for 60 years. And then they blew up the rocket, and then they launched it again and blew up the rocket almost the exact same way. And he's sitting there scratching his head. He's going, well, okay, when we blow up one of our rockets, we sit down with 100 people, you know, across multiple agencies and companies and get to the bottom of what went wrong, and we don't launch again until we fixed it. And that's the way it works. You rely on the expertise of the past. Everything we've learned in the past, you build on it. And the Silicon Valley approach is move fast and break things. That, oh, everything in the past is old and outdated. We're going to move fast and we're going to reinvent the wheel and make it better. And oftentimes that's worked. Apple kind of did that with just saying, like, we're not going to build a phone with a keyboard and copy BlackBerry. We're going to get rid of the keyboard and put it on the screen. Like, so there is a time where throwing out the old way and doing a new way probably makes sense. But what seems to be happening with some of these companies driven by this certain tech executive is that they're throwing out way too much of the past. They're even throwing out their own mistakes and just repeating them over and over, and that's enormously expensive. And eventually, I don't know what's going to happen in the space industry, but I know, like, civil engineering, which is what the tunnel is, you have to learn from the past. Civil engineering is not crazy and let's try new things, and that's how people get killed. No, civil engineering is, you got to go slow. You got to look at what worked in the past and just make little tiny incremental improvements over time. Building the tunnel, I hope they're not building it significantly differently than other tunnels, because there's kind of like one right way to build the tunnel. And I don't want to be in a tunnel that got built in a new way, because that new way is probably not good. But we'll find out. At some point, I'll risk my life and go down there and ride the tunnel and check it out. But I do that with you guys streaming, but I don't know, there's probably not cell service down there, but it'd be fun to try to record it or something. Of course, there's a lot of great videos people have already done riding in the tunnel, so I don't know what new I'd have to offer there, but yeah, I don't know. A tunnel just doesn't seem to be where you want to be. Elevator fan writes, just curious, you talked about college earlier. What was your college degrees in? So I'm the quintessential millennial, overeducated and underemployed. So I went to school and I said, I'm going to study to be a civil engineer and build freeways. I was fascinated by it. But what I found myself doing is not doing my math homework, and so I flunked out of Calculus 2. And instead I was soldering together a radio transmitter and then building a programming loop and stealing jingles from radio production demos and just building like a whole, like, genuine station. Like, the theory would be, if you turned into my pirate radio station out my dorm window, you'd think it was just a regular local station, you know. And then that would give me an excuse to DJ sometimes and pretend I worked in the industry. So that's where my heart really was. So over time, I just got so scared of Calculus 2, I changed my major, went the other way, majored in broadcast journalism, and minored in urban planning, which was just a geography emphasis. It wasn't really a strong program. And I'm getting close to graduating, and I'm watching Bear Stearns go out of business, and I'm looking ahead going, oh shoot, broadcast journalism, especially as a guy right out of college, is really hard to get a job in already. And I'm watching the world fall apart. And so I got smart. I said, well, I'm just getting old enough now. I'm qualifying for FAFSA. I got a job at a radio station that's, I can keep working while I'm in school. Why don't I drag out reality and change that geography undergrad to a geography double major? And so while all my friends graduated in 2009 and found no job, I went back to school for another almost 2 years. And I kept working in radio while I did that, and didn't regret it. And Pell Grants picked up the tuition. School was cheap. where I went. And and so then I got to keep working at the radio station. So I kept working in the industry. Eventually realized that it wasn't going anywhere. If I ever wanted a paid holiday or sick day or benefits of any kind, because radio always found a way to never pay me benefits, I needed to go back to school and do what I was supposed to do in the first place, actually become an engineer. So I did. And I applied to a master's program in civil engineering as a negotiating tactic with my boss. I kept telling my boss, you got to hire me with benefits, give me health insurance. Otherwise, I'm going back to school. In fact, write one of my letters of recommendation. I'm going to do it. And I figured, well, there's no way the university is going to take me for a master's in civil engineering doing traffic with no undergrad. There's no way. And my boss will see this and he'll work to give me benefits. Well, it went completely the opposite. I didn't get the benefits. In fact, my hours continued to get cut because of budget cuts. And the school said, we accept you. And I go, accept me? All right. So what normally is an 18-month program where you just focus on the graduate level traffic classes, I had to go back and do almost the entire undergrad. I didn't have to do so many electives, but the 18-month grad program took me, I had to finish in 5 years, and I took 4.5. So that took me clear out to like 2018, 2019 by the time I was done. When I was done. So I moved to California, applied with a whole bunch of consulting firms who would look at my resume and they'd be like, oh, wow, the guy has a master's in civil engineering. That's cool. Where's he interned? Where has he worked? And they'd say a bunch of radio stations. And I'm like, So anyway, and Caltrans was going to hire me. I was ready to take that job. Moved to a very scary town called Visalia because it seems so far away, which now I know it's not. And but they were really slow. The start date, it was like, well, in August they said we're going to hire you. I'm like, that's cool. And I said, well, when do I get an assignment? We'll let you know. And then they waited for the election because there was a ballot measure to cut the gas tax, and if that had happened, they wouldn't have been able to hire me. So it succeeded, and then they took another month, and it got into 2019, and then they kind of said, okay, well, now we know where, but we're not sure when. And as I'm waiting to get hired, it was like a number of things happened. My grandpa had a stroke. The rental house also needed $50,000 worth of work, and my grandma said, can you help fix it up? And then I was taking care of my grandpa. I don't know, I ended up doing financially the dumbest thing I ever did. I turned down a perfectly good, stable, entry-level engineering job with the state of California. I mean, we're talking I could have got invested with a pension. I don't know why I turned it down. And it was kind of sad that I did. Then the pandemic hit, and so I started doing these as a hobby. I thought, well, you know what? I could go be a public information officer for Caltrans. Maybe instead of being an engineer, I go out there, I got all this radio experience. I'll be the guy on TV who gets interviewed to tell you about the roads they're closing. And what better way to show Caltrans I'm interested in than interviewing Caltrans' own people? So I started reaching out to their woman who's a public information officer, and she set me up with somebody to interview. And then this hobby, thanks to you, just kind of turned into my job over time. And so I'm not actively looking for an engineering or public relations role because you give me the privilege to be able to do something different. And so here we are. I'm standing underneath the monorail, just talking to you about transportation. So it's different. I didn't expect it to go, but that's how economies change. Jobs that I thought were going to exist, like being a radio talk show producer, went away, and jobs that seem like a joke, like I make YouTube videos about transportation, become less of a joke over time because the media landscape shifts. You don't come home, flip on the TV and say, hey, what's on channel 7 tonight? You come home, you pull out your phone and you say, what's on YouTube tonight? Well, the ad dollars follow that. you know, and then being able to, like I say, embrace the PBS model of having the, you know, if a viewer likes something, wants to tip a few dollars into it now and then, or once a month or whatever, patreon.com/roadguyrob, then it's not that different than the old days when people would subscribe to their local newspaper because they want to know what's going on in their town. Now you're subscribing to a little local TV show that's about transportation, you know, except it's not local, it's a topic instead. And so I don't know, it's life is weird and careers are weird and life doesn't go in the direction you go. And you know, Sheryl Crow was right when she said it's not having what you want, it's wanting what you've got. And waking up one day and realizing that, you know, to also quote like one of the Beatles, life is the thing that happens while you're waiting for life to begin. And, you know, to quote Ferris Bueller, if you don't stop and look around once in a while, you might miss your life. You know, life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you might miss it. And so also waking up one day and saying, why am I feeling like oh man, one of these days I gotta go get a real job. And it's like, well, maybe this is it. This is just the new economy. So I don't know how long I'll be able to afford to do this. But if you told me in 2019 or in 2020 that in the year 2025, I'd still be doing it, my jaw would hit the floor with a huge smile. And so if you were to come to me now and say in 2030, you're still going to be doing this, I would be tickled, you know. And so maybe I will, you know. It's just such a privilege. In college, I had a professor who had been a television reporter, you know, tall, handsome, you know, liked to wear suits. He was a great professor, probably one of the most influential, in the line of work I'm in now, probably one of the most important college classes I took. I need to buy him lunch sometime when I'm in Utah. But he said, you know, you're in the right industry as a TV reporter if you go to work every day and think, I can't believe I'm getting paid to do this as a job. He said, if you're not thinking that, you're not in the right industry. And you guys, you do that for me. I get up each day. If I won the lottery, which would be something because I don't play the lottery, but if I won the lottery, I'd get up tomorrow and go make another video about transportation and just carry on, you know. And so maybe I'm in the right industry. I'm really glad that I'm not just talking to myself. And so it's really cool. Let's see. Let's scroll down here. I'm probably getting way behind. The last is 9:30. What time are we at? 9:52. So I'm only 22 minutes behind your chats here. Let's see. Oh man, 9:30. Super chat from Nick Pastanix, and I always pronounce your name wrong, Nick. I'm sorry about that. 1 penny shy of the double digit club. He says, "Are you a fan of Rivian or the Model Y? They have camp modes." The Model Y is basically a Model 3. So if somebody really wants a crossover SUV, you know, maybe ethically I'd say go buy a used one. But especially right now because there are people who are trading them in. And so if you really have your heart set on getting a Tesla, then go get a used one, get a good deal. You know, EVs make good used cars sometimes. But the Model Y is the Model 3. And so like I say, at that price point right now, there's just not a lot of competition. Because the Toyota BZ4X, I can't recommend that. It doesn't have a glove box. I do think it's reliable. I think the BZ4X has such a sorry range on it, partly because Toyota, in my opinion, I don't have any facts to back this up, but in my opinion, Toyota purposely only lets you charge the battery up to like 85% so that the battery will last forever, which is why for the kilowatt hour rating that SUV has, it has such a bad range. I've noticed on my Prius it's that way where the gas tank is 11.3 gallons, but the light, it says 0 miles range, I'm always at like 9 gallons. So like Toyota being overly cautious always wants there to be like 2.5 gallons extra in there just to be safe, you don't burn out the fuel pump. I can see them doing that, but I can't in good conscience recommend the Toyota BZ4X. The Mustang Mach-E, it's fine. It looks a little weird. And something bothers me about a bloated crossover SUV being called a Mustang, but I'm getting used to it. The Hyundai, I guess, Ioniq 5 and Kia EV, whatever it is, are probably fine, but I'm still scared of Hyundai because their gasoline cars had some weird engine problems. But you know, but at that price point, there was the Chevy Bolt EUV, but it's discontinued. I guess there's the Chevy Blazer, but it's a little bit expensive. There's the Honda Prologue, but it's a little too expensive compared to the Model Y. So it's hard at that price point. It's like, well, you know, unless you have an ethical objection. I mean, the Model Y kind of still is a good value proposition. Rivian, what I've been concerned with Rivian is I actually like the look of their vehicles better. I think their truck is a lot more practical than the Cybertruck, and I think it quietly, as much as I rave about the Lightnings, you do see a lot of R1Ts out on the road, don't you? And so, but what I get concerned is Consumer Reports reliability survey. The Rivian's coming back with a lot of problems. So hopefully, as time goes on, I mean, one of the things with the Model 3 was it had a lot of problems, but to Tesla's credit, you know, the actual employees in Tesla, they fixed a lot of them. And so a Model 3 coming out today is a heck of a lot better than the ones they were making back in like 2019, 2020 that had a lot of, you know, where they were literally going to Home Depot to buy like dowels to shove in the door. Like, you know, they were assembling them outside in a tent. Like those were bad, but the ones now a bit better, I suppose. But yeah, I right now, if I were in a position to get an electrified car, I'd probably get the Prius Prime. I'm just at a point where I don't know that I'm in a position where full electric makes sense for me. I do a lot of long distance driving. I need to be able to quickly refill. And although it's pretty good, I give it a B grade from what I've seen of people who do long distance travel with their electric cars. I need an A grade. I got to be able to jump out, fill up in 10 minutes, be on my way. And the Prius Prime is kind of more what I'd be looking at. But a friend of mine, like I say, bought a Model 3 in August. And despite everything that's gone on with the Tesla protests and everything, I said, you know, do you regret buying it? And he goes, no. He says, he came from a Lincoln, and he says, oh man, he says they should have dumped the Lincoln a long time ago. I love having an electric car. To his credit, last summer he asked, I'm thinking about buying an electric car, what does Toyota have? And I said, nothing. And that just frustrates the heck out of me. Toyota could and should have the best electric car out there, and the fact that they're not even trying just frosts me, because they anyway, enough on that. Thanks, Nick, I appreciate it. Let's see, 9:37. Well, we're still getting caught up here. Oh, we have a super chat here. Max Cozy 163, good to see you again. $2 asks, what are your top 3 bridges? Well, I mean, you got to pick the Golden Gate right off the top, right? Because it's the most iconic, especially on the West Coast. I mean, all the bridges in the United States, the only one I could grab a crayon and draw and kind of make it look like is the Golden Gate. I love the Golden Gate. There's nothing in Southern California worth caring about. I don't know, Seattle's got the floating bridge, but I haven't seen it. I probably will absolutely geek the heck out when I drive on the Evergreen Bridge, you know, floating concrete bridge, but I haven't been to Seattle. East Coast, I haven't spent a lot of time on the East Coast, so I haven't had a chance to see them. In fact, when I drove to New York, I came down from Connecticut, so I haven't been on the bridges and tunnels I haven't been to Long Island on the Brooklyn Bridge. I haven't been on the 59th Street Bridge. I was on a bunch of crappy bridges coming down from the Bronx, and those were nothing to write home about. Top 3. You know, biased because I've driven on it, the New Bay Bridge is pretty cool. It's nothing special, it's just a cable-stayed bridge, but it's a single deck. The lighting apparently is incredibly expensive to light the bridge, and so Caltrans don't light it. But there's a charity that's trying to raise enough money. I think they need something like $15,000 a month to maintain the lights and the power. But they're trying to get the lights back on because I guess the bridge looks great when it's lit up. I got to get you a third one. I just feel bad being like, well, these are the 3 bridges I've driven on, so they're my favorite. I have some favorite freeway interchange ramps, but they're not that exciting. You know, there's some of the stack interchanges in the Inland Empire east of LA are super. They were built in the 70s when they were just unapologetically like just we're here to build car stuff and not apologize for it. And so you could change freeways at 75 miles an hour. And like, that's not like I'm a maniac and I'm going too fast on the ramp. They just made the super elevation, which is the curve like this to bank it. And then this sweeping curve so gentle and continuous. You know, there's a lot of states that build these flyover ramps, but they keep changing angles. You have an approach angle that's shallow, and then a sharp angle, and then it straightens out, and then another sharp angle. And this is like somebody at Caltrans took out a compass, you know, and just put it on the page and went like this, just one big sweep all the way through. And so you set your steering angle, you hit the gas, and you just can fly through it. Some of them are like I-10 to I-15, 215 to I-10. There's some pretty nice ramps. Oh, okay, this is going on the list. I know you mean bridges, but if you're on a PC or on a desktop computer where you can open another tab, I want you to go to Google Maps, look up the city of Riverside, California, and you'll see a junction where Interstate 215, Highway 60, and Highway 91 all come together. It's a weird place where to stay on the 215 freeway, you have to get off the 215 freeway. And there's a ramp from the 215 northbound to the 91, what would that be, westbound. That's like a mile long. It's a flyover bridge, and it just goes and goes and goes and goes and goes and goes. It just flies over everything. It flies over the freeway. It flies over the freeway ramps. It flies over an industrial park. It flies over another city street. It's like they had nowhere for this ramp to land, so they just kept the ramp going. And it just keeps going. And so it is remarkable. So that would be on the top 3 as well. So, but at some point I'll spend more time back east and I'm sure add more bridges to that list. But without having driven on them, it's hard to get excited about them. I honestly didn't know what the Key Bridge was in Baltimore until it fell down. So I just haven't spent time in Baltimore. Fascinating to learn about it though. So yeah, thanks again, Max Cozy. I appreciate it. Somebody Calc 2 and crying emoji from Poopsicle. I know Calc 2. You know what changed? When I took Calc 2 the first time, there wasn't YouTube. Not yet. It was like a year or two early. When I took Calc 2 again 10 years later, there was Khan Academy videos on YouTube. What a great charity. If you want to give money to a charity, give it to Khan Academy. I need to start giving them some money because they helped me through with Sal Khan is so clear at explaining these math concepts, and it was everything and the other is they had changed the textbook. When I took calculus the first time, some professor at my university wrote his own textbook, and it was horrible. And he changed it every semester, so you couldn't trade it in. Jerk. But by the time I went back, they used the Stewart calculus book, the one everybody uses now. That's like a violin on the cover. And that book was so clear that what I would do, being, in my 30s at that point, being a little smarter, my early 30s, I guess I just turned 30, is I would go, I would go and I would read the textbook of tomorrow's homework, try to understand it for their examples, maybe do some of their examples, and then do the homework as far as I could, because they would give you the whole semester of homework up front. Do that homework as far as I could go on my own using the book until I got stuck. Then I'd go to class, and then I would raise my hand and ask a question. Like, hypothetically, you ran into a problem that looked like this. What would you do? Start doing that. The younger students would start high-fiving me because they started to figure out what I was on about. Calculus 2, man. But at least Calculus 2, I understood what was going on. And linear algebra, I understood what was going on. Calculus 3, I actually kind of liked because it was like 3D. I wish there were like augmented glasses was a thing because they would make Calculus 3 really easy. The hardest part about Calculus 3 is trying to draw 3D objects on a paper. What I did not like, was ordinary differential equations. Somehow I passed them. I went to the office hours of the professor every single day. I one time had to retake a test. But somehow passed the class, got out with my degree. To this day, I could not even begin to explain to you what the heck an ordinary differential equation is. It's where math turns evil. It validated to me that no, never had an interest in being a math major, and I don't feel I missed out. So, all right. Well, let's see here. Let's see. There's a lot of. Let's see. Oh, Matt Brannigan with a super chat here writes, "I love not just bikes. You mentioned him. He's anti-car and not objective, but worth hearing out. I often agree, though, that he misses the big picture." Yeah, early on, people wanted to make he and me like nemesis. And I think one time he and I got in a fight on one of his videos briefly, but and then he gave the Don Draper insult where I basically, if you've ever seen the show Mad Men, the one guy says something like, "When I think about you, I just feel sad." And Don Draper walks out of the video and he's like, "I don't think about you at all." And that's what Not Just Bikes did to me. And I go like, oh, I got played. I figured out what he is. He's a preacher. Now, everybody likes, a lot of people like having a little religion in their life, and he is the minister of urbanism. He's going to get up and call the world to repentance. And, well, who goes to church on Sunday? The people who agree that other people should be called to repentance. And so he's preaching to the choir. I don't know how influential he is or isn't. It's good to get the sermon out there. I think oftentimes he's morally correct. I approach the world a different way. I look at it as, well, it is the way it is, not because we're stupid. We're not dumb. It is the way it is because we figured out something that works. But it doesn't have to stay that way. Like you look at the street here, where do I ride a bicycle? Right? Like, there's room. Like there's probably 15 feet from the curb to the Botstot's line for that outside lane. Why couldn't they stripe a solid white line on the outside, stripe it as a bike lane? Why not? Why couldn't they put the curb 12 feet over from the Botstot and have the curb clear over here and then the bicycle lane inside the curb, right? Like, it's still the same amount of space, you just use it differently, right? And so I'm a big believer in, like, what's a change we can actually do today? Striping a white line down the street, you pull 100 grand together, stripe the whole street, get it done in a weekend. You made Vegas a better place, right? It's not perfect. Yeah, I mean, ideally, you look at the car dependency of it all, and too much parking, and we put the curb in the wrong place. I mean, if anything, this should be a big tree-lined boulevard with one lane of cars going each way at 9 miles an hour. And it's like, okay, I get that. There's this, utopian goal, but that's not going to happen. You're not going to go to Clark County and say, we're going to make this into a what do they call those? Carmel, Indiana had one, but they're the European street where like everything's so tight that they don't have to put a speed limit on it because it's already so slow. But that ain't going to happen here, right? And so that's where I think I get frustrated is he could be, if he was more pragmatic, he could be an advocate for actual immediate change. But I've conceded that there is a place in society for the preacher. But I'm not a church-going guy, and in that I don't really subscribe to his church. So, but I am glad he's got one. I'm glad people enjoy it. I find his sermons a little bit self-righteous, and that's okay. That's what preachers are. That's what they do. They got a place in society, and I'm good with that, you know. But yeah, I'm nothing against the guy. At one point, he had bothered me to the point where I had thought about going to Houston and redoing his video about why he hates Houston, but from the perspective of the city. In fact, I'd actually reached out to the PR person, but we ended up getting rained out, and I never went to Houston. But Houston PR people were like, reconnecting, we're back here. The Houston PR people were like, we're actually doing a lot to try to improve the walkability of Houston, but the guy never reached out to us and gave us any credit for the things we are doing right, you know. And so kind of giving the other side of it. And I was kind of going to do it just to be a troll to him a little bit. And then I thought, why? There's already enough grouchiness in the world. Why feed it? So, not to say I won't someday do a video in Houston, but it won't be my original idea I had years ago of like recreating as I hate Houston and I'm going to go buy luggage. And so like getting my chicken suit out and walking the same route, you know. But, let's move forward. Let's not poke back, you know. So, but anyway, glad you like him, Matt. Thanks for the super chat. Let's see. OKZ writes, looking for a new cell phone provider. What do you use? How are you able to stream all day without getting a huge bill? So, are you in the United States? Because I know in the U.S., unlimited is like the default now. And so I was using T-Mobile. It tended to work okay in cities, but not San Francisco. My brother-in-law worked for Verizon, and he convinced me to drag the whole family plan over there, which was a nightmare and took over like a week of my life. But but we did because he was able to get me, because I have a business, so we were able to open a business plan. And I don't know, I've been on Verizon tonight. You tell me, is it, you know, working better? I don't know. But I don't know. I those are the only two I've used, and I haven't noticed a significant difference between T-Mobile and Verizon. So, but yeah, I'd shop around. And the others, you can do a bargain. You can do like a MVNO, where if you don't mind having top priority on the towers, you go to like Mint Mobile and get T-Mobile's like leftovers. And sometimes they'll do that really cheap. Although T-Mobile owns Mint Mobile now, so it's Travel actually has Spectrum Mobile, and that same thing. I think they're buying somebody's leftovers. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna scroll way down. 215 turns into the 91. That's right. We were talking about the flyovers. Let's see. I want to get more caught up with what you're talking about right now. Oh, Sasha G writes, "Hey Rob, long-time viewer, first-time chatter. Well, thanks for joining the show. Would love to meet you. Would love to meet you someday in real life. I appreciate all you do." I'm pretty sure that's a friend of mine. Using a pen name. That's funny. That's really funny. Thanks for the super chat, Sasha. Sam, double digits. Nice double digits. Thank you very much, Sam. No comment, but I appreciate very much your super chat. Okay. Rob, you sound like the narrator on Real Wheels, There Goes the Garbage Truck Kids Show. Is that the one with Dave and Becky? I think about that one a lot. If you're thinking of the one like There Goes a Fire Truck, There Goes a Police Car, There Goes a... forget all the ones they did. Yeah. I watched my mom bought them for my younger siblings, and I was the one who ended up watching them all the time. Like, you know, I'm Officer Dave, and I'm Officer Becky. You know, we're not real police officers, but we're going to be them today. Yeah, those were fun. I wonder if they're on YouTube. It'd be fun. Like, that'd be okay. And so what we're talking about is there these children's videos that were done in the Inland Empire, like out in Ontario, but they sold the videos at like Costco. And it was a guy and his co-host. They would work with like a police department or a garbage truck company or a tow truck company or whatever to show you big trucks and vehicles and things. And they were really fun. They would have skits. Like I remember he was tow truck driver Dave, and they did this skit with a guy. He broke down his little gray Datsun, and showing how not to be a tow truck driver. He would back his tow truck up, beep beep, and just smashed it right into the front of the guy's car. And the guy's going, "My car!" Not knowing, like showing how not to hook the truck up. So instead of lowering the flatbed to the ground, he had it about like that high off the ground. So as they're towing the car onto the flatbed, it's taking the wheels and just like bending the crap out of the tie rods. So like the wheels turning sideways as they're pulling the car on, and just, oh my gosh. And him going to hook up the car, and instead of attaching it to the frame, he's like, and he just sort of like hooks it on the bumper, and he's like, that'll hold. And so like starts ripping the bumper off, and oh my gosh, I laughed so. As a kid, I must have been, like 9 or 10. I would take that tape and rewind it and just play that over and over again. So to be compared to Dave Hood, at least even in sound, is a huge compliment, because I think in the back of my head, some of the videos I'm trying to make I'm not trying to target children as an audience. I'm trying to target adults like us. But there is a little bit of a cartoony element, I suppose, in my costume and the chicken and other things that I suppose make it a bit kid-like. And so I appreciate that. That's real kind of you. My favorite is when they rip off the bumper. Yes. So you've seen it too. Yeah, where they put the hook on the bumper of the guy's car and just rip it clean off. If you want just a fun, look up Dave Hood, and it's There Goes a Truck, I think. You know, but just look up the tow truck, and hopefully it's on YouTube. You know, when I was trying to Trinity, you're not trying to target children. Well, how do you phrase it? I'm not trying to make kids into engine nerds. It's an investment in the future of transportation engineers. Mr. Stiles says they're all on YouTube. Okay, cool. I know what I'm doing tonight. I'm going to go back and watch. There goes a police car, and there goes a truck, and yeah, those are a kick. Rob, have you ever played any games like Gran Turismo 4? No, I really got out of gaming. I gave gaming a shot about 10 years ago when I played Mass Effect 3. And I said, you know, my roommates are really into gaming, my siblings are really into gaming, let me give it a shot. And I got sucked into the story. I played it on super easy, where you just shot in the general direction of the bad guy and they die. But I was really committed, you know, and you put all the alliances together because you're going to go save the Earth. And then it was like they cheaped out the game, and at the end, the alliances didn't matter, and the ending was the same for everybody. And I just was so disappointed, and all the reviews online were how terrible the ending was. It's like I just never went back, other than playing a little bit of Grand Theft Auto online with friends during the pandemic. I just don't really play games because I just haven't had time. Now, I want to go back to my childhood. It wasn't Gran Turismo, it was Need for Speed. The one for DOS, where you'd, like the original Need for Speed and the Need for Speed 2, Need for Speed 3, the original Hot Pursuit. I think that was for Windows. And then I kind of just, well, what happened is I started driving a real car. And then after that, I lost interest in racing games because I could just go drive a real car instead. So Gran Turismo, I think is that the one that has Jeremy Clarkson from Top Gear doing the narration of the cars? I can't remember. Alan says, love the chicken costume. Yeah. Well, it just makes sense when you're talking pedestrian stuff, you know. But Trinity, what you make is better than anything else they're watching on the internet. I appreciate that. Let's see. Will Grand Theft Auto 6 be your gaming comeback? Well, if I play it online with friends, but like, so GTA 5, I played it through, you guys are gonna laugh. I think you pull the house off the hill. Well, that's the beginning of the game. Yeah, I know, that's how far I got. And I didn't get invested in the story. I didn't care about Michael, because I'm like, oh, boo-hoo, you have all this money and you're sad. And then Franklin, I don't know, Trevor, I wasn't going to relate to him. The guy's gross. So, I don't know, I just never got into it. And the fun was the free world of online with friends in a private server. You know, just, you're pent up, you're locked up, you can't go anywhere, it's a pandemic. But we could go around as friends and kind of explore a fake Los Angeles. We could go to the beach together. It kind of scratched an itch. When everything reopened, we kind of stopped playing because you could just go to real places again. But, you know, just to see a fake Florida, I guess the question is, should I try to make it to Miami and see the real Miami before or after GTA 6 comes out? Because it might be kind of fun to compare it with the real thing. But I don't know. I definitely want to jump on that because GTA 5, I never really made a video about, like, oh, are the signs in GTA 5 MUTCD compliant or whatever? Because they kind of they were like 75% did. And I don't know, the game, by the time I started making these videos, the game had been out for like 6 or 7 years, so it was kind of old. Where Strike While the Iron's Hot, it's like right when the game comes out, it might be kind of fun to poke at the transportation a little bit or something, I don't know. It'd be really fun is to compare it with the actual Miami, but I have to see. Got till next year to figure that out. Plus, I don't own a PS5, so how much later after that am I waiting for the PC? You know, that's the question. It's 1 p.m. where I am, and I'm going to sleep. Okay. Well, I appreciate you hanging out as long as you did. I start early because people back east, 4 is 7 for those on the East Coast. Europe, they're going to start waking up. No. Let's see, and then here 4 because it's Pacific time and people are still at work. So it's trying to like bridge the difference. Let's see, we're at 10:30. Okay. Hello from Anchorage. Oh, you're just sitting down to dinner right now in Anchorage. My partner wrote you a love poem. I think he's going to leave me for your channel. That's great. That's funny. I like your sense of humor. GTA 6 was originally developed for Babbage's differential engine one day. Connor writes, good evening. That's my friend Connor. Rob, what are your thoughts about a bridge between Camas and Troutdale? I mean, it'd be nice, right? I don't know if it's going to happen. Part of the problem is, like, do you start getting... Oh, hello. Do you start getting a weird induced demand thing going on where... Okay, so the I-5 bridge has tolls on it to maintain the congestion. And pay it... Well, really to pay it off. Okay. So you get people who would go more or less straight across, taking the Banfield Freeway out to the 205 and crossing over there where it's free. And it will be free. So you already have that problem. So then the 205 jams it. But if I build a bridge in Camas and Troutdale, if the 205 gets jammed up where there are a bunch of people who were going to go straight across, but now they're driving a lot of extra miles because they're going to go out 84 to the new bridge and then take the 14 freeway back, But then again, the new bridge would probably be financed with tolls. So that's interesting. I guess it would really come down to, I mean, I'm pro any bridge, right? But it would come down to market viability. Could you generate enough revenue through tolls to pay off the bridge between Camas and Troutdale? We're talking about between Portland and Vancouver, going back to that I-5 story. Camas and Troutdale are towns way out to the west, or to the east. And so the theory is if they built a third bridge out there, that'd be good. But I think it would just come down to would enough people pay a toll to pay the bridge off? And probably why you don't have one is because market analysis shows that probably not enough people to pay. Let's see. I'm waiting, Toronto Transit Channel. I'm waiting for GTA, Greater Toronto Area. Yeah, I get a kick out of that. The other one I see is the around DC. It's the DMV, which is the District, Maryland and Virginia. And they go, oh man, traffic was horrible at the DMV. I was gonna kick out of that. My car got stolen in GTA. The Toronto one. Let's see. Would you make a video on the improvement of the Broadway curve? That's talking the I-10 project in Phoenix again. It's 2 lanes. So I mentioned earlier about the Broadway curve. It's the same problem I have with the I-4 story in Orlando, is simply just doing a story on, okay, here's a freeway widening project. It's like halfway there. A lot of it is, what's the engineering problem they had to overcome as something specific. It doesn't have to be the whole project, but an element of it, or a political hurdle, or a funding hurdle, or an equity hurdle, or environmental hurdle. There's some angle to the story. And right now, the problem with Broadway curve is I just see it as just like, okay, they widened the freeway. I guess they did collector-distributor roads, so that could be an engineering challenge that they overcame, using that as an example. So that's maybe. I kind of feel like if I made it to Phoenix, I'd be more interested in the wrong way detection stuff they put on I-17. I mean, I think that would get me more excited. But maybe it's an idea that's like 2/3 of the way there, Broadway curve, and then I-4 Ultimate in Orlando. The problem with the Orlando project is so far away. I've never been to Florida, so but I got a car, I can do it now. Now it's just the time, because trying to hit that production schedule, trying to get you a good video every month, I got to get far enough ahead that my buffer's gone. I've got to, now I'm working on the May video in May, so I got to get where, if I can get where I've got like the June and July video out, okay, now I can take 3 weeks. Let's go plan some film trips and go get some stuff done. So, and I'm gonna have to do that, but not quite there yet. Hello from Belgium, writes a certain type of Volvo user. Oh, good to see you. Let's see. Where am I right now? I am on Koval? I'm trying to remember which street it is. It's north of the convention center. It's the same street as the Spring Hill Suites. I'm right at the terminus. If you're following along on the map, it's the north end of the monorail, right before it turns right on Sahara. So just south of Sahara, and see McDonald's arch in the distance. Big timeshare tower here. Looks like an older one. The windows are kind of small. In fact, it's actually the Sahara. So that's not a timeshare. That's actually the old Sahara Hotel. So that's why the windows are kind of small. Eric writes, what's your take on tolls? I'm from Ventura County. We don't have tolls. Now I'm in Texas. Tolls are everywhere. I often use toll highways because they're usually nicer and faster. What are your feelings? It's a way to pay for transportation. It's not the solution. Texas is different. And so they thought, well, we don't want big government coming in and doing big taxes to pay for big roads. We just want big roads. So they thought they were really clever. They said, hey, do you know there's a bunch of like pension funds and, you know, big institutional money that needs to park retirement money somewhere for like 80 years. And they're looking for like a really safe place to park their money. And if you go to them, they'll give you $2-3 billion at a drop of a hat. And all they ask for in exchange is a cut of all the toll revenue that comes in, because they can recoup all their money with a profit. And then we can build all the toll roads we want without having to raise taxes. And so they thought, oh man, this is great. So Texas went nuts and built something like $30 billion of toll roads. Well, a problem happened along the way. They built a toll road between Austin and like San Antonio, kind of going down that way. And the toll projections came in a lot more optimistic than what people were willing to do. It turns out people were more willing to sit in traffic on I-35 than pay the toll. And so you're in trouble, because if you lower the toll to try to get more people on the toll road, you just make less money because you lowered the toll. If you raise the toll to try to soak the people that are using it to make more money, they just stop driving on it. So no matter what you do with the toll, the revenue isn't showing up. And so the private equities, like, we want out, give us our money, we're gone. And so then you had people in the state legislature who live in these new areas with toll roads, and they're like, now wait a minute. All the people who already bought houses live in areas where the freeways are free, and they pay the Texas state gas tax. And we live out here, we pay the Texas state gas tax and the toll. That's not fair. And they got something passed through the legislature a couple of years ago that, from the way it sounded like basically, if you want to build another toll road in your county, go nuts, but you're never getting a penny from the state ever again. The state's only going to put money toward non-toll projects, because they saw it as double taxation. Plus the fact that some of these toll roads, they're able to just soak you later, because the state doesn't necessarily own the concession anymore. They sold the concession. And so until that toll road's paid off, the toll rates can get quite high, because it's private equity trying to make their money back for like pension funds and things. And so, you know, institutional investors and stuff. And so I think a lot of people went back to Austin and they're saying, you know, I don't know if that's a good way to finance the road after all. So maybe we should do more what, you know, we've done out west, which is, what if you just pass some kind of a tax hike at the gas pump, and or, you know, a sales tax hike, issue a conventional bond and pay the bond off with the tax revenue and make the freeway free. And so that's kind of like, that's what Arizona's done, Nevada's done, California and Utah have done. That's kind of more the way to go. You know, Utah actually played with doing the Texas model, and got an earful from the state legislature and backed off. So the Mountain View Freeway that they're building out slowly over like 30 years, they could have built it in 5 if they had toll revenue, but they didn't, so it didn't get built all at once. They built it out as the sales tax to pay for it. So it jams up really bad. It's got places where there's no overpasses, because everybody has to come off the off-ramp, go through the light, and come back on, because the bridge hasn't been built yet. And the bridge won't get built probably till about 2030 in some of the places, you know, because that's just how they financed it. So it's a trade-off. Toll road, you get it right away, and then you pay for it steep price forever. Toll-free road, but you got to do some kind of a tax hike. You pay for it more slowly over time, and you don't get the benefit up front. You kind of get it as you go. I bias more toward that, because that's what I'm accustomed to. You know, I don't typically, you know, but meeting in the middle, a toll lane, an express lane is kind of a neat way to do it. What you do is you say, well, we already have a perfectly good freeway that's 3 lanes in each direction, but we want it to be 5. So what we'll do is we'll add 2 toll lanes in the middle. And this project we'll take out bonds, widen this out so you still have 3 free lanes and 2 toll lanes that are barriered off. And then all the revenue from the toll lanes pay for the bond for the project overall. And the people in the 3 free lanes benefit because they're on new infrastructure, new overpasses, new off-ramps and everything. Still have 3 lanes. And hypothetically, fewer cars in those 3 free lanes because a number of them are paying the money to opt out and use the express lane. And to me, that's kind of like the best of both worlds. You sort of get the benefit of an immediate improvement that's self-financing through tolls, but you're still giving people the free option to be able to opt out if they want, just wait it out. So I like it a lot, but yeah, tolling is not the one, it's not the end-all solution, nor is it evil. It's another tool in the toolkit. Some places it makes sense, some places it doesn't. Like I say, I'm from out west. We just don't really do tolls much out here, and so I'm going to bias against them. But they have a place. I just think Texas overdid it. They did too much. So okay, let's see. So Toronto Tangent Channel says sales tax for freeways are bad. Regressive as hell. Just raise the gas or electricity tax. Well, yes and no. So if you're in a suburban area where all the stuff you buy in the store comes on a freeway, there's a point. The other is I haven't seen modern sales tax ones go 100% for freeways. It's usually a like 60-30 split with transit. And so there's an equity component to it. It is regressive in the sense that the trucking industry aren't paying quite their fair share, where in a gas tax they do. So that's why I say do both. You know, have a higher gas tax. Like, we'd go a long way if we just up the federal gas tax, because in the United States it hasn't gone up since 1994. And that's including inflation. That's not inflation adjusted. It's whatever it was in 1994. It's the same number. It's effectively been going down. It's like half what it was then in buying power. And so that puts more burden on states to have to come and fund things themselves, where it really should be saying, hey, this is trucking, it's interstate commerce, the Fed should be picking this up, and the money's just not there. And then the problem we run into is you can't do an electricity tax for an electric car, because people charge at home, and there's no way to know what electricity went to their air conditioner or their pool pump or their TV or their electric car. You don't know. And so there hasn't really been a good way to charge a road tax to an electric car. Right now, they just punting the football and saying, well, we'll just estimate what the road tax would have been if they drove a normal amount and just charge a big DMV fee. Right now, there's a politicized thing going around where they're saying, oh, this new presidential administration hates electric vehicles. Yeah, probably. And so they're pushing in Congress to have an annual, $120 or $300 a year tax on electric cars. Well, to me, it just sounds like they're doing the same thing states have already done. States like electric cars. They're weird. They'll give you a rebate for buying one, but then charge you a special expensive road tax when you go to register it. Well, it's because it's trying to make up for the gas tax of the gas that you're not paying, So, I don't know. It's it's hard. There's no good answer of like, how do you fund this? I don't know. Ideally, everybody would just have a little thingy in their car that kept track of everywhere they drove, and you just kept track of how many miles, and you paid the tax based on how many miles the thingy collects. But who wants the state government keeping track of where you drive? I don't. Most people don't. So that's not going to happen. So, it's trying to figure. The gas tax was a wonderful way to pay for things, and as we switch to EVs, it's going to be an interesting transition. And so tolling is one of the things they've tried, but it has its own problems. So, all right. Let's see. Tax your electric vehicles the same way you tax trucks. Counter on the wheel and mandatory visit to the relevant meter reading outfit. Yeah, okay. Well, what if I drove my electric vehicle across 5 states regularly? Which state gets to collect the tax? So, that's part of the problem is like with the gas tax, you ultimately pay for it where you consume the gas. So it's imperfect because you can get gas at the state line and, wear and tear. But for the most part, you pay where you use it. But it's like, well, half the time the car was in one state, half the time in the other. Do I have to keep a logbook? And so it's hard. It's not to say that couldn't work. It's just a lot of it is you have to poke holes in every idea to see how well they float on their own. Because if you don't, the public certainly will, and they may poke a hole so big that it sinks in the legislature, and then you don't get it. So it's good to kind of think these things through. Maybe when you register your car every year, you need to register the miles as well. Well, again, that's the same problem. Like they could, when you go, instead of smogging your car each year, you go to the smog place with your electric car, which is hilarious, and then they just log the odometer, and you pay the tax based on the odometer. But again, I could argue, well, I drove half the miles out of state, I should be paying that state's tax, not California's, Let's see. I think we're almost to the bottom. I'm getting caught up by skipping. Toronto Channel, if there was a flat infrastructure tax on electricity consumption, I think that would be fine. Just use some of the money for transit infrastructure and electric infrastructure. Yeah, but I don't know. The problem is, like, if the electricity is not going to transportation, why would I pay a tax on it? And what's to stop me? Here's the unintended consequence. I'm saying I'm going to put a whole grid of solar panels on my roof and just forget to connect it to the grid. It'll go in right into my electric car. So now I've circumvented the tax. I go, wow, how about that? My house used no electricity. I generated it all myself. And so, that's good. It would initially get a bunch of people to adopt putting solar on their roof. But long term, once everybody has solar on the roof, well, then you're back to collecting no taxes, right? Again, I'm not saying it couldn't work, but poke holes in the boat. See if this thing still floats, So, and that's the problem is trying to be imaginative enough of trying to figure out what we're going to do. And like I say, right now, all they do is they just do a flat fee. They just figure, well, assuming if you have an electric vehicle, then we assume you drove it 15,000 miles. Here's your tax. And they just leave it at that, So, I don't know. Tesla is clocking odometers forward, writes Eduardo. I've read that. It'll be interesting to see people test that. One guy on YouTube I watched, he found he would get a phantom mile, but it wasn't significant. So he took several electric vehicles, like a Rivian and a Tesla, two Teslas, one that had the problem and one that's supposed to not. And then I think he took a gasoline car. And it was like he would take all of them around the circuit and would come back. It would be like, 27.1 miles or something. And then the Tesla would be sitting there and say like 27 miles. And then while it was sitting there, it would just suddenly say 28. And then it would stop. It wouldn't go any farther than that. So whether or not, was it just that one guy who reported that it grossly overestimated the miles? Was a glitch in his car? Is it a glitch in a certain run of cars? Is it a glitch in the model? And if it is a glitch or is it malicious? Like, it's going to be really interesting to dig in. In my opinion, if it was really a common problem that was intentional, I think you'd have a lot of people complaining about it. It would be a very, very well-known problem and would have been for a long time. I'm thinking more likely the guy who's suing, his car has a particular problem. But we'll find out. I don't know. One could argue Toyota have done that for years. So Toyota, I think they said, the speedometer has to be something like, you don't want the speedometer to read too slow because that's dangerous. And so it was like Toyota, for a long time, the speedometers were always like a little bit fast. So I'd be going down the street in a Toyota, my speedometer would say 35, but every other car around me would be mad because I was doing 33 or 32, you know. But one could argue, well, that's over the life of the car, instead of having, you know, 350,000 miles, I actually only have 330, you know, and so it's over-reporting as well, you know. So just things to think about, that this problem might be more common than we realize, maybe less malicious than we realize, but if it is intentional, if it's fraud, it needs to be found out, right? You can't have a car doing that fraudulently. Lawrence writes, it's not like gas taxes actually cover the full cost of road maintenance caused by internal combustion vehicles in most of the U.S. anyway. Yeah, a lot of that is, it depends on, so for maintenance, you can actually get pretty far with the gas tax, but yeah, if you're doing a major freeway rebuild, that's going to need help. Gas tax never going to fully cover that. It used to be we would have a pretty hearty federal gas tax, and that would kick in and help. And so when you're doing a big interstate widening or something, you'd do a 90-10 match with the federal pot of money, and then that would help pay for it. But the federal pot of money shrinks and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks because the gas tax hasn't gone up since 1994. And I remember the FAST Act, they were looking for different sources of revenue to cover all the transportation things they were hoping to fund. And that was in the Obama government, so they're trying to do pay as you go and actually try to not just intentionally rack up debt as they went, but actually try to pay for it as they went. And one of the things they did is they put a tax on, I think, e-cigarettes, and used the e-cigarette money to help shore up the cost of the federal transportation spending bill. That was a kick out of that. So you're not wrong. And local states been trying to raise their gas tax. That's helped a lot, and to index it to inflation. But they've also, like say, done regional sales taxes, tolls, DMV fees, whatever they can do to try to generate a little more revenue to help cover it. But you know, I think it's a little bit unfair to say that motorists don't pay their fair share. They pay a lot. But no, have cars ever paid 100%? And certainly have cars ever paid 100% at the pump? No. Have planes ever really paid for themselves through landing fees? No. You know, there's a lot of airport subsidy that happens for the aviation industry that's not totally covered by the landing fees of the airport either. So, you know, mass transit's never paid for itself. It's an important social resource to have mass transit. But, you know, at the fare box, they're maybe collecting 10% of operating revenue at best. You know, you're subsidizing the other 90%. Universities don't pay for themselves. You know, they run at a loss, you know. So, but there's things that you do, it's just part of society. And we've decided one of the things in society we want is a good road network for driving our cars. You know, there are places that don't care about that as much. They focus on other things, and so they fund different priorities. But the public streets are just another utility like anything else that we run at a loss, you know. So, but you're not wrong. Yeah, the gas tax has never covered it entirely. Affable Alpaca says odometers and speedometers are actually not tied together. Odometers should be accurate regardless of over-reporting speed. Okay, I didn't know that. I just assumed, especially in the old cable days, I'd drive my old Chevy and you could hear the cable inside there wearing out and the speedometer needle bouncing like this. And the thing with the Chevys was getting close to rolling over to either 100 or 200,000 miles. I didn't know it didn't have a first digit. As I was in this parking lot, and I pull forward, and I'm like, okay, that's not enough. So I back up a little bit, and I pull forward, and I back up a little bit, and it just wasn't getting there. And then as I started driving around backwards, I found out the Chevys were so poorly built that every time you went in reverse, the odometer would go backwards. But I didn't know that. I just assumed it was all one cable from the transmission that did all of it. I didn't know it was two different things. Let's see. Hey, Rob, what are you doing this late for a live stream? Also, what sketchy location am I at? I am underneath the monorail that I will take to get halfway back to my hotel when we're all done. But I didn't want to bug the people on the monorail making noise, yammering with you guys, so hanging out down here. It's a nice place. You know, the sketchy people leave me alone because I look like I know what I'm doing, and I'm also 6 foot tall, so I'm not worried. But yeah, we're on just south of Sahara on whatever street's on this side of it's Koval or what it is. I don't have my phone battery on the other phone died, so. Your poor mobile data after streaming for 3 hours. Well, look, I paid for unlimited data, and dadgummit, I'm going to use it. Every single megabyte. Lawrence writes, well, a lot of cities lose money on suburbs because the roads cost more than they bring in. Higher level government will pay to build the cost, but not the upkeep. Yeah, I mean, I need to research that more, where they talk about suburbs supposed to be like a Ponzi scheme, to use the term lightly or loosely. But I don't know, like Southern California is all suburbs. I mean, you have a downtown, but it's 95% suburbs. And a lot of those suburbs make an enormous amount of money. And so I think the theory was, okay, if you have all the tax base in the central city, which was probably true in the 50s, the offices were downtown, the warehouses were downtown, all the work was downtown, and then the suburbs were just residential. Residential doesn't make money. Residential kind of loses money, right? Because you have the police getting called out to people's houses and kids in schools, and you know what I mean? Like, you need a commercial tax base, an industrial tax base to make money. But today's modern suburbs of the last 30 years there's plenty of tax base out in every suburb. You know, most people don't commute to downtown. They commute from one suburb to the other, you know. And so I look at, like, Ontario, California makes an enormous amount of money. It's not reliant on Los Angeles to be, you know, and so, like I say, I'm open to the idea. I just, at the surface, question exactly what they mean by that suburbs lose money and downtown makes money. It's like, well, yes and no. Now, maybe back east, where maybe you do have a more core of a downtown, and then people live on these like country highways that sprawl out all over the place, and you don't have enough taxpayers per mile to pay to maintain the infrastructure, right? Like, you know, if you have a sewer line that goes a mile and it only has 50 customers on it, maybe that you're not charging enough per customer to maintain it, and so that sewer line is running at a loss. But suburbs like here in Vegas and in California, Utah, Arizona, the houses are they're low density, but they're kind of close together. And I have a hard time believing that the infrastructure in these neighborhoods where people are on 5th acre lots or smaller, that they're really losing out on a lot of money. I think they're doing a pretty good job. And the initial cost up front, when you put all those utilities in, it wasn't the downtown that paid for it. It was people who bought the house. The subdivision developer put in the curb and the gutter and the sewer and the parks and everything else, and then they bill that to you. So when you buy the house for $400,000, you roll your share of that infrastructure into the mortgage. And so then at that point, the city only has to tax you to maintain the stuff. It doesn't have to tax you to pay for the thing up front. California is crazy. So they have a thing called Melrose where so stupid. So the developer comes in and they put in the curb and the gutter and the lights and the sewers and everything else. And when you roll that into the cost of the house, the house becomes so expensive that people, when they go to the bank to get the loan, the bank says, oh, that house is too expensive. You can't afford it. So they got through the legislature many decades ago, two representatives, one called Mello and the other called Roos. And so it's a Mello Roos. The developer can not include those costs into the house. So the house is cheaper, so you qualify. But then the neighborhood can create a Mello Roos district that charges you a tax or a fee each month to pay for that infrastructure for 20 or 30 years until it's paid off. And so when you go to report to your bank, oh, this is how much the house costs, the house is artificially cheap because you're subtracting the cost of the infrastructure out of the cost of the house. At least that's the way I understand it. And it's really silly. That's not normal in most places. And even in California, that's not necessarily the normal to have Mello Roos. But but even then, it's still the homeowner paying for the infrastructure up front. But I'm open to learning more on this. I just, like I say, on the surface, it's, you know. Let's see. Talking about General Motors. What's your opinion of Eugene, Oregon freeways? Salem, they only have I-5, a small portion of Highway 22. I haven't spent much time in Eugene. I need to. I'm usually racing. The last few times I went to Oregon, I was trying to race home to, start getting work done. And so I just haven't spent that much time. I didn't even have time to go ride the Emerald Express, the BRT, and I need to do that. Eugene at least kind of tried to build a little freeway out back in the early era, but it never got built out. Rob, can you do an off-topic special on the magical de-aging powers of the baseball cap? Why, do I suddenly look old when I take this off? And then look young when I put it on? I think it's the hair. I suffer a common ailment that you might as well. I had the most beautiful head of hair. It was this long blonde hair, just looked great, and I could comb it and have a nice big swoop in the front when I part it, and it just looked so great. Then I turned 20 and it started falling out, and I was concerned because my dad is bald, and my younger brother at 18 started getting really bald, and he had the same hair. But I was in denial. I bought the Nioxin shampoo and the Rogaine and everything, and spent a whole decade, maybe 15 years, throwing crap at that, and it just never came back. Ruined my dating prospects and everything because nothing looks less confident than a guy who's throwing hundreds of dollars at his hair and pretending he's not bald. And finally, some friends of mine held an intervention. He and his wife pulled me aside and said, nothing looks more pathetic than somebody trying to hang on to their hair. And if you want the girls to like you, you gotta shave it. And since then, I had one successful relationship, long distance relationship, that ended up completely falling apart. And so, anyway, if you have any cute sisters in their 30s who like a bald guy who likes to talk endlessly about transportation, and they're, reasonably articulate and reasonably attractive, give me a call and see if show your sister one of my videos and see if she would like to meet me in person. But up front, she knows what she's getting into because the hair's gone. It's not coming back. As Arsenio Hall pointed out, he said he used to love his flat top. He said, when you're young, you get to pick your haircut. When you get my age, your haircut picks you. So, all right. Let's see. Oh, Sasho writes, I heard you're single. How would a girl go about and reach out to you if they wanted to chat? Well, thanks, random audience member who I've never met before. Good question. No, seriously, if somebody wanted to legit do a setup, just email me, news@roadguyrob.com, news@roadguyrob.com. I doubt it, but if you want to. Jovette, you went bald at 20, sheesh. No, I started going bald at 20. Big difference. No, it's, they say it's your mother's father. And my mother's father went white in his 20s, but he had a nice thick head of hair till the day he died. So I was set. My dad was bald. Turns out that wives' tale of being your mother's father is absolutely nonsense. Apparently there's a lot of baldness gene on the Y chromosome as well. Case in point. You say, oh, you sure it's your dad? And I go, yeah, I look a lot like my dad, so especially up here. All right. Let's see. I went way back in the video records, and you got 10 years younger when the cap entered the picture. Yeah, it's just, I like to hang around young people. They keep me young. Let's see. See, R. Dreher says, yeah, I heard baldness is on the X chromosome, so you can have gotten it from your dad, but you have to look at the men on your mother's side of the family. And I tell you, my mother's side of the family has great hair. It's like really curly and wavy and thick. One of my brothers got that hair. It's nice and thick, dark. All the like light features, the blonde and the red beard and all that. That's all over my dad's side, Germany and stuff like that. There's got to be baldness also on the Y chromosome too, man, because it's just. You need to research how private transport companies that are not listed as nation companies stay in business. I've seen places like in Japan and the UK, they stay in business even today. I'm unfamiliar with that at all, so that would be a completely new topic to check out. Let's see, apparently a couple of those newer things that'll help you not lose the hair you still got, but it's getting it to regrow and it's already gone. It's still not a thing. Yeah, the follicles plug and then they're done. And my like I say, my younger brother, who had to come to terms with this younger, he said, don't fight nature, just embrace it gracefully. So whether it's aging or hair loss or whatever, there's a certain American Idol judge who was concerned about his age, and he recently went out and told the plastic surgeon, I'll take all of the above. And in my opinion, he looks older than ever. I think he would have been better just embracing his age and aging gracefully and just, accepting it rather than becoming the plastic man. That's my own opinion. Hair today, gone tomorrow. That's funny. Let's see. I heard that male pattern baldness can also lead to heart issues. Well, let's hope not. Maybe only if I stress it out. Get stressed out. Let's see. Good morning from the other side of the pond. Keep up the good work. Well, good to see you, and good morning. If you're in Britain, enjoy. I pirated one of the British radio apps on my phone, so I have fun listening to like Heart and LBC and Capital. So it's kind of fun LBC's fun because when I've had enough of American problems, listen to talk radio stuff instead on from Britain. It make me a little less. I feel a little less alone knowing that Britain's got their share of problems too. It's kind of fun. Let's see. Honestly, in Salem, I would like a light rail and probably a downtown expansion. Yeah, in Salem, if you ran a light rail, where would you run it? You run it up and down that street between Kaiser and downtown Salem. I forget what that's called. Not Cherry, but it goes up and down. But then like half of Salem is over off Lancaster. So I don't know where I'd put a light rail in Salem. That's the problem is Matt Brannigan. Oh, I remember you listened to James O'Brien on LBC. Yeah, I listen to his James O'Brien podcast. I think he's kind of fun to listen to. My mom's side of the family, similar, writes Brickatech. I started going bald at 14. Oh, man, I'm sorry. That's rough. I looked like Murray from Impractical Jokers when I was graduating high school. However, we do have a high metabolism. My grandpa is my size. Yeah, I was going to say, Murray Did you see in Practical Jokers, Murray's the bald guy? And one of the one of the punishments was Murray, they really shaved him down, but then they like shaved his eyebrows, and he's looking in the mirror and he goes, "I look like Lex Luthor." I love that. I need to go back and watch those shows. I'm in a hotel, so it's on cable 24 hours a day. Now, DeSauce writes, what's the stream for? Well, it started as a very well-researched and focused trip back to 2 years ago over on Tropicana Avenue, which is like 5 miles from here because I took the monorail. And we looked at a freeway interchange that got rebuilt in the last 2 years and see all the improvements they made. And then we got off topic talking about transportation. And then we got really off topic taking the monorail. And then now I'm hanging out under the monorail and I'm trying to get caught up with things people have said in the chat, which has got us really off topic. And now the stream is about hair loss. All right, so now you're caught up. See, CJ Brick says, if somebody's from Salem, I think Salem could get away with a bus rapid transit of sort, especially by the Parkway and Wallace Road. Boy, it's been too long. That's probably South Salem. I didn't really hang out down that way. I was on the north end. Salem needs a third Willamette Bridge. It should be light rail or I-305. We got a lot of Salem people on here tonight. I'm trying to think, what was some of my favorite places in Salem? I mean, I'd eat at Muchas Gracias, but that wasn't all that special. What did I do in Salem when I lived there? Shop at Walmart on Lancaster. That was exciting. Went to the library at Chemeketa a few times. Yeah, good old Salem. Summer of '05. Let's see. This is Rob's talk show. He's talking about whatever he wants. Well, there's still 170. You're joining in with another 170 people who apparently we're all hanging out here under a bridge and just talking about hair loss, so why not? Let's talk about Toronto Transit Channel. Let's talk about National Public Radio, given your experience in the radio industry. So yeah, NPR, I used to make fun of them. And as I've gotten older, where they really earned my respect was they hired some guy from CNN, and then he caused a controversy. And the train's going overhead because I feel the whole column wiggle. Wiggling's good in civil engineering. If you think wiggling's bad, wiggling's good. You want the structure to wiggle. Wiggle means the instead of all the stress going into the joints where it can break, it wiggles. So you lean against a column, the train goes overhead, you feel the column wiggle. It's not necessarily bad. So they hired some commentary guy from CNN, and then he caused some kind of scandal. And everybody, this was like 10, 12, 13, 14 years ago, and everybody was talking about the scandal. Some of the best, most objective, get-to-the-point coverage of the scandal that made NPR kind of look bad was from NPR News. I've never seen a media organization so objectively go after themselves. You know, whenever it happened, like local, not to compare NPR to local news, but like the Salt Lake City TV market, there was a longtime female anchor. I'll give her a name, Shauna Lake. She's a public figure, and she got arrested for DUI. I don't know what she was going through in her life. I'm not judging her, but you know, DUI shouldn't do that. That people can get killed. And so she was suspended from the station for a few weeks. She came back. She did a quick apology. And other than the bare minimum they had to say to explain why Shauna wasn't there, the station really tried to avoid the topic. And then she came back for a while, and whatever was going on in her life, and again, not judging her, just judging her behavior, she got busted for DUI again. She was picking somebody up at the airport and was drunk and did something with her car. So then the station had to fire her at that point. And again, they just like sweep it under the rug and not cover it. The other TV stations, they were the ones digging and wanting to cover it. And that's normally the way it goes. If there's a scandal at, CBS. Wow. If there's a scandal at CBS, NBC and ABC and Fox are going to pick it up. If there's a scandal at Fox doesn't want to cover it, but ABC, NBC, and CBS will. And so to hear National Public Radio be the number one they weren't trying to do a hit job on themselves. They were just trying to get to the objective facts, and some of those were pretty damning. I was impressed. They kind of won me over. So I started listening, and I realized, I always believed that NPR was like this coffee-drinking latte, like hangout for sort of like the, progressive liberal who lives in San Francisco. And I started listening to it, and I go, well, there's some of that, but there's a whole lot more, and they kind of won me over. I don't listen to NPR a ton. I just don't listen to American talk radio of any kind much at all. But what I appreciated is it was not... I think what happened is NPR had a reputation in the 80s of being government-funded and incredibly left-wing. And that ain't true anymore. Yeah, it's certainly not right-wing. But, absence of a conservative bias isn't necessarily an indication of a left-wing bias either. Like sometimes things can just kind of be hanging out in the nebulous in between. And I think a lot of NPR's programming does that more than people realize. It's just that if you're liberal and you listen to NPR, you think, it's corporatist, it's right-wing. And if you're conservative, you go, well, it's to the left of me, so therefore it's left, regardless how far left it is. But if you really try to look at an objective eye, a lot of their programming is trying really hard to find that nebulous middle that is hard to define. And I respect them for trying. And I appreciate now they have a funding model that relies so much on regular people sending in regular amounts of money that it's a really tough way to do business. But the thing is, it gives them the freedom of, being able to try to be objective. The problem you run into, like a local TV station, is they can be pretty objective on a lot of things because they're trying to cater to people of all ideological stripes who happen to live in your town. They want to, the car dealers want to sell cars to liberals and conservatives and everybody in between and every which way. And so the news station's trying to not lose any of those viewers, the local TV. The problem you run into is the car dealer. Well, what happens if the car dealer's in a scandal and your reporter wants to go out and do a story on an expose of a car dealer being engaged in shady tactics, but they're one of your number one advertisers? Well, there's supposed to be a wall of objectivity between the sales department that sells the ads and the news department. But when this particular advertiser is a big chain of car dealerships and it makes up 10% or 15% of your ad revenue for the whole year, and your reporter goes out and does an expose on it, well, you know what I mean? How thick's that wall going to be? And in most places, I don't think the wall's very thick. I think the story's going to get killed. And so NPR, by coming and hitting you up for donations, well, they've got the freedom to try to do it. Now, it's you're never gonna. There's people who are never gonna like NPR, and that's fine. I just think they occupy an interesting space in the media landscape that's so different from everything else that it's just kind of fun to see somebody do something different. The new media landscape of streamers and YouTubers and all that, it's, what media is going to look like 20 years from now, I can't even begin to imagine. I don't know, my true horror thought, the future of YouTube. This makes me lose sleep at night. Why plug myself again, patreon.com/roadguyrob, I sleep a little better. What if AI-generated content gets so good? Because you already see it, right? Where somebody went to an AI and said, write me a story, okay? And then they take that story and they stick it in an AI text-to-speech, and it makes speech, and it narrates all the characters, and then they take that to a video-generating thing and say, okay, generate still images of all these different scenes, or maybe eventually little video clips, and then they put it together in a video editor, and they can make this video really fast with all the stuff AI already generated, and then stick it out there. and bless my grandmother's heart, who's 92, will watch these because she really likes the story. And I'm like, the story's terrible. It's an AI-generated story where the kid's mom is dying in the hospital and she's in a coma, and he's afraid that he's going to get sent to an orphanage, so he goes and hides in the closet. And then the hospital social worker finds him there and says, well, we don't know if your mom's going to get better, so we're going to send you to an orphanage. And then he has to go to an orphanage because his mom's in a coma. So I talked to a friend of mine who's a therapist who's worked at the hospital. I said, would they ever do that? And he goes, no. But the AI thought they would. And my grandma's sitting there listening to this story generated by AI. But that's not what's making me lose sleep, because that's already happening. What's going to happen in the future is every time you log into YouTube based on your viewing history, there's going to be so much AI pumped into YouTube constantly that there's going to be a bunch of stuff that's highly addictive to you. You know it's AI, you know it's garbage, and you also know every time you click on it, it's something new you've never seen before, and it's going to give you a hit of dopamine. And that's going to be spread across everybody. And so you're going to end up in a situation where nobody's watching any human content anymore, because half the time we're clicking on this thing just for the dopamine hit, because the AI has us as an individual figured out. And that makes me lose so much sleep, man, because I think it's going to get so easy for AI generated stuff to just happen automatically. And people are going to do it because, okay, all of a sudden they're like, wow, I set this bot in motion and it's just spamming YouTube, but it's grabbing enough people's algorithms that even though that video might only get 13 views because it only hits 13 people's algorithms, I make a little bit of money. And that one makes a little bit of money, and that one makes a little money. But if I'm making 1,000 new videos every minute and just spamming them to YouTube, YouTube puts up with it because they get a 50% cut of the ad revenue. And more people keep making it because they can just set a machine to make garbage content. And the viewer puts up with it because they get the hit of dopamine, because the algorithm knows how to just hit the spot. And at that point, man, I think YouTube's bad now. Anyway, we'll see if that dystopia actually happens, but I'm worried that's like 5 years away. All right, let's see here. Where are you right now? I am underneath the monorail on the north end of the Las Vegas Strip, right across from the Sahara. Let's see. I keep hearing rumblings about a third bridge in Portland. Yeah, they've been talking about a third bridge since the 80s, and it hasn't happened. David writes, you're the reason I love diverging diamonds. We have 2 in Washington near Olympia. Build more. They're pretty great. I'd love to see Southern California put a few in. There's one in Beaumont, California, retrofit they want to do. They're not great. They're going to knock that out this summer. No, that's the nature of CEQA and everything. They're going to talk about it and plan it out for a couple of years. And hopefully get funding, and maybe by like 2027, they'll do it. Rob, hurry up. There's a chance the monorail closes at midnight. Maybe. If not, I'll just Uber back to my car. It'll be all right. As long as I don't kill my phone. About 45%. We're doing okay. But I appreciate you thinking of me. Closes at midnight on Monday. Today it runs till 2 a.m. Oh, cool. Well, then we're doing great. It's only 11:18. We'll end here pretty soon. Just reminds me of the Squidward quote, you may have hoodwinked everyone else in this town, but you can't fool me. I listen to public radio. That's great. Let's see. YouTube has been getting worse year over year since Frank left, let's be honest. Well, you're talking about Filthy Frank? The guy who did Pimp My Wheelchair? I kind of hope that's who you're talking about. I think if it's Filthy Frank, I think he left because he would do a character with a voice like this. I'm Filthy Frank. And it would just like destroy his throat. Also, a lot of his content wasn't exactly advertiser friendly. For instance, pimping out a wheelchair for his real life friend with, I think, cerebral palsy. And then at the end of the video, deciding the wheelchair was too pimpin' to let his friend have. So he kicked his friend out. So he's disabled, just laying on the ground, and then he drives off with the, you know, ground effects and flashing lights and boom box. How are the Pacific Northwest Parks fan? How are the highways looking in Grand Theft Auto 6? Fantastic. In the first trailer, I noticed they have one where the highway crosses out to like a little key, like a little island, and you can see the remnants of like the old bridge, and then the new one that supersedes it goes off kind of to the left, and then the other one would go straight, and that looks exactly like junk infrastructure that would have got left behind on a real highway infrastructure where they're like, oh, we'll just leave the abutments for the old bridge there, it'll be fine. Memphis writes, do your parents still own the LS400? Yes. I haven't started it since last year, but the 1990 LS400 that was my late grandmother's, we still have it. I need to get it smogged again this year. I try to every year smog it, drive the car a little bit just so it doesn't rot away. I don't have any place to store it, but it's sentimental. I've had it in my family since I was like 5, you know. So yeah. Let's see. Asking again about the LS400. How many miles does it currently have? Just hit 300,000. So that it's almost as many miles as my Fit. Patient Wagner writes, this channel helped me discover my love for traffic engineering and what's inspired me to do civil engineering in college. Love your content. That's about one of the nicest compliments I can ever get, is if maybe I did a weird career move where I ended up not actually practicing engineering, but if I can shine a spotlight on transportation kind of sells itself. And I remember when I was a freshman in college, we had to do a civil engineering seminar class to get us excited about civil engineering. And one day they took us around and showed us all the emphases. And like the structures, they went to the structures lab and showed how they smashed things, and I forget what all the emphases are. But transportation, they could have done so many cool things. We went out and it was just a guy standing in the road, and he just kind of said a few boring things and sent us on our way. And it made me second guess it. I go like, I wonder if this is even worth going into. Like, do transportation engineers even get to do anything cool? And the answer is, well, it depends. A lot of it, you get excited about striping plans and like trying to figure out how you're going to make all the lanes fit and everything. Like, there's a lot of mundane things, but they don't have to be mundane if you get excited about it, you know. And I just think it's kind of neat that I think it's maybe one of the more exciting times, because we got to figure out connected autonomous vehicles. How are the roads going to change in the next 50 years? We kind of like came up with a good game plan as an industry, like right after World War II. The freeways were the hot new thing, and we planned out, okay, this is how you build a good freeway. This is how you get cars safely on and off the freeway. Now, the question is, what do? You get a kick out of these people who think they're stream bombing. They don't realize the camera's pointed this way. And so they walk a few steps that way and they start going like this. But they don't know they're off camera when they do it. So it just looks ridiculous. All right. Get married and go to bed. That's a lot to do in one night. Still in Australia, haven't left. I applaud Filthy Frank's strength to live to 100. Well, he wasn't going to have a voice that long if he kept playing the character. Trinity writes, transportation only sells itself to those of us who have a love for it. Everyone else just sees traffic. Yeah, I remember going to an ITE lunch and a kind of bitter old traffic engineer saying, yeah, everybody out there thinks they're a traffic engineer. And I don't take that cynically. I think they kind of are. And the analogy I've used many times, I love this, is if we went and played with chemistry sets all day long, and like that was just the thing everybody did, is a few hours a day we just pulled out our chemistry sets and played with them. Then if you ran into a chemical engineer, you'd have something to talk about because you kind of experience a little bit of it every day, even if you don't use the right lingo, and even if you're just experimenting with it, you don't quite understand why something's happening. A chemical engineer can get you excited, but we don't play with chemistry sets every day. And so when we talk to a chemical engineer, we have nothing to talk about other than like really broad concepts of like, can styrofoam break down, but like we start getting into the actual chemistry, it just glosses over our heads. But every day, most Americans jump in their car and they play in the sandbox of transportation. They're out in the lab, the big experiment. And so when you sit down to talk with them, they already kind of know a little bit about this stuff. And so you actually can get into some pretty nuanced things like protected left turn arrow. You just have to use the lingo they know. You say like, yeah, we're thinking about adding a protected left onto Adams Boulevard. Well, you just rephrase that as, yeah, we're thinking about putting in a green arrow at Adams Boulevard. And they'll jump in, absolutely, because at certain times of day, I got to wait a long time, and sometimes I miss the red light. Okay, well, that's, the queue length is too long. We're talking the same concept, we just have to talk in plain English, but they get the scientific concepts of it. And I think most people, you can get them kind of excited about this topic if you're excited about it. And so I think it's fun. Like how many other engineerings can you get in and like actually talk to people about it and they get, at least kind of get it. All right, let's see. As a chemical engineer, we're totally known for being super engaging conversationalists, but don't really do that much chemistry, funny enough. Okay, that's cool. I bring it up as my uncle was a retired CTO, chemical engineer back east. And, he could get into like broad concepts of, okay, so we've got a client who wants a coffee cup that lasts forever in the package, and you can put really hot coffee in it, and it'll be super strong and won't leak. And the minute you're done with the coffee, you put it in the landfill, it disintegrates and recycles itself. And it's like, how do you chemically build something like that? So I can appreciate the problem, I can appreciate the goal, but I can't appreciate the chemistry, because other than a polymer is like a concept of it's like a little string of molecules that I guess a lot of them make a plastic, I don't really know the chemistry of it, So he starts talking about phosphates and all these other terms I can't even quote because I don't remember what they are, and it just goes over my head. But he was in his field real engaging to talk to, but we couldn't go real deep in the subject material. Rob, do you have a degree in anything road related? Yeah, master's in civil engineering. So that was my go back to school and try again after radio wasn't making a ton of money. Let's see. Boy, a lot of talk about Salem tonight. Now that a few of you are one of you is talking about, let's see, Goldfish talking about skyscrapers in downtown Salem. Do you believe sodium or solid state batteries will be a thing? I'm not, I probably only know what you've read as well in like Green Technica and I forget what the EV magazine is, but from what I understand of the solid state batteries is they work great, they charge great, they're lightweight, energy dense, not prone to fires. It's like the cat's meow, perfect battery. But from what I understand, like they're built like the molecules are like a honeycomb. And the problem is you go over a bump and you start cracking the honeycomb, and then the battery's a little bit crappier, and then you go over another bump and you break more of the honeycomb, and these little like microscopic cracks spread through it, and the battery deteriorates where it just gets worse and worse. And so I think that was the challenge, was, from what I understand, is they were trying to figure out, well, how do you build a battery that can handle that kind of a shock without it just continuing to deteriorate rapidly and become junk. And that's one that, last I heard, the solid state battery was always 5 years away. And the one I would always get suspicious about was Toyota. I don't know what Toyota's game plan is. I know they build a great hybrid system, like no electric cars worth speaking of. And it's almost like they don't want you to buy an electric car, because they say things like, oh, we just had a breakthrough, and in like 3 years, we're going to show you a battery that charges in like a minute, and it goes 800 miles, and it's cheaper than ever. Because what that does is it gets somebody like my dad to go, oh, well, there's no point buying an electric car, because if I wait, I'll be able to get a much better electric car later. And, you know, I'm sure Toyota is working on something, but that 3 to 5 years always is 3 to 5 years away, you know? And so, I don't know. I hope so. I do know this, the way it's going to come from China. They are so far ahead of us. I got invited on somebody's podcast. Futuraza, I think is the guy's name. He's kind of a small to medium YouTuber. He's getting bigger, but he puts out like a podcast style video like three or four times a week. And he just went to China to look at the EVs, and he came back with his jaw on the floor. I mean, I think he was a true believer in Tesla really being the leader, and he came back and he goes, we're cooked. We're just cooked, because the Chinese stuff is so far ahead of us, because the difference is in the U.S., our government subsidizes the end product. So the idea is to let you as the consumer choose what technology is the best, and just give you a $7,500 tax credit to let you decide. In China, they went the other way around. They subsidized the R&D, and the neat thing about that is it scales. So where we have to pay back the R&D on our electric vehicles, and it makes it expensive because that R&D is rolled into the sticker price of the car, because the Chinese government and different prefectures, or whatever they call states in China, I forget the term, there's a lot of regional investment in the different Chinese battery factories and car factories in China. There's also another thing interesting he was telling me too was instead of having like Ford develop the car and develop the battery and develop the EV drivetrain and then go to a Ford-owned factory and using Ford employees build all this stuff, you know, it's like horizontal integration or vertical integration, I forget which. In China, you get like a company that's really good at building a car. And they can team up with like Huawei, who's really good at building electronics. And Huawei can say, hey, we want a Huawei car, but we don't know how to build a car. So can you build us the car, and then using your factory, car building factory, and then we can come and put our electric parts and electric motors and drivetrain into it. And it creates this kind of resiliency, because if Huawei has a problem, well, the factory's still fine, because then they just keep scheduling other times with other electronic companies. And if the factory has a problem, well, then Huawei could call a different factory over here and use their scheduled time to build a car. And so it's like oddly resilient. And once I'm hearing that, I'm going, oh my goodness, I wonder if our goose is cooked, because we're still building cars the way that made sense in 1950 with company designers, company factory, company labor, and China's really like integrated with vendors. This vendor does this vendor does that. I don't know. All I know is if I'm watching a podcast where the guy's a Tesla true believer and he's coming back from China going, uh-oh, that's a wake-up call to all of us. And so the long answer to your short question, we're going to get a sodium battery or we're going to get a commercially viable, reliable solid state, probably coming out of China. So, yeah, thanks for your question. All right, let's scroll down quite a ways here. Oh, we have a super chat. Matt Brannigan. Hello again, Matt. Matt writes, what's with the total saturation of stop signs in the U.S.? In Europe, they're only used when there is poor visibility, so they're somewhat rare. So the U.S. is based on warrants, and so the idea is if all intersections by nature have no sign and no traffic control. It's the idea is you just sort of look and see if there's another car, and you guys sort of take turns in a rational way. And so you think about like in parking lots, it works that way. Stop sign as you back out of a parking space, you just kind of know that you take turns, and that makes sense in places where there's low volumes, there's not a lot of cars. It might make sense in places where there's low speeds, or if there is a collision, the consequences aren't drastic. But what they started to find is as cars and cities got busier, there are times we have to control the traffic. And so they come up with somewhat arbitrary warrants, but they're kind of based on safety data. The idea is if you're going to put in a traffic control device, the benefit should grossly outweigh the cost. So every time you put in a stop sign, there's a risk somebody doesn't see the car stop for a stop sign and rear ends that car that wouldn't have if the stop sign wasn't there. There's a risk that somebody runs the stop sign and crashes into another car, where if it was rules of the road, people looking out for each other, maybe that wouldn't have been such a high risk because the car coming the other way would have slowed down because they weren't sure if the other car was going to stop. But when you assume the other car has a stop sign, you charge along at full speed. So you have to kind of weigh the cost and the benefits. And so over many, many, many years, engineers have tried to use data to come up with a warrant, a magic number of like, well, if you have this many cars, that many cars, it's safer to put in the stop sign or the yield sign or the stoplight or whatever. And so I think probably, like I said, I don't know how warrants work in Europe, but I'm assuming that probably American roads are often higher speeds. Maybe, we have something a lot of European cities don't have, which is the suburban arterial street, right? Where you have large networks of these like medium-sized streets. The planners call them stroads, but that's not fair because there's definitely a crappier version of this that counts as a strode. But these medium-sized streets that are like 45 miles an hour, 5 to 7 lanes, depending, if they're 2 or 3 lanes each way. And when you have streets connecting with those streets not at a signal, you got to have a stop sign. And so maybe just the speed and intensity and the higher crash risk, city engineers feel a lot more comfortable saying, well, I'm going to put the stop sign in, it meets the warrant, and then if we get sued, it's like, look, we followed the warrant, Neighborhoods are hit and miss. We have like 2 25-mile-an-hour streets meet. Maybe the developer feels better going, well, if I don't put the stop sign in and somebody crashes, maybe I get sued, so I put it in. It could be convention. It could be, well, everybody else put in stop signs, so I'll put in stop signs. It could be cost savings. In California, I've noticed there's a lot of 4-way stops. Where I've lived in Utah and in Oregon and other places, when it got to the point where you kind of needed a 4-way stop, usually they just put in a traffic signal. They said, you know what, we're going to put a stoplight in. That's good. But in California, I think sometimes the budgets are a little tighter, and so they go, well, we might be able to get 20 more years out of this if we just do a 4-way stop. And so there's a lot more of them, Freeway ramp comes off the freeway, connects to a little side street. And so in most places they'd say, well, this is coming off the freeway. It's going to have pretty high volumes. Let's put in a signal. And in California, they're like, well, if you put in a four-way stop, it kind of works. And then everybody just takes turns. And so, I don't know, maybe that's some of it's that way too. Just trying to do something cheaper. I don't know. I haven't been to Europe, so I can't compare. But those maybe are some theories as to maybe what's going on. But appreciate your super chat, Matt. CR12 says the U.S. didn't even have yield signs in the standards until the mid-1950s. I didn't know that. Goldfish Records, we need more videos on Oregon. I just gave you 3. There'll be more in the future. I love Oregon, but unfortunately there won't be any more Oregon ones in the near future just because we just did 3 of them, So, but we will get more. Let's see. Rob, do you think the U.S. is falling behind on public transportation? Is it because of zoning laws and culture of us Americans liking our big trucks and SUVs? I think about this one a lot, and my thought is how do I say this? The nature of development in the United States it's very difficult to say, oh, well, you're not in the city, you don't get to develop your property. Usually if you can by right show that you can build something that's not going to burn down, it's actually probably almost easier to build something outside of town than it is in. Now, out west, we have some growth constraints because of water. That's why you go out to the Mojave Desert and things, even in areas where especially in areas where there's some private property, you don't see houses everywhere because how do you get the water to it, right? But you go back east, Kentucky and Tennessee and the Carolinas, there's development all over the place because you go out in the rural county and you put down a well and you put in a septic tank downstream of the well, and you can build a house wherever you want, especially now with solar. You can, so the transportation is responding to the land use. And so when you get more and more people wanting to spread out, which is kind of by our nature, Americans, we're very independent, which can be both a blessing and a curse. And the kind of independent nature of Americans lends itself to people wanting, like, I think a lot of us all dream of my perfect house would be, I own 2 or 3 acres and a lovely house, minutes from every amenity that I want. The Beverly Hills effect. I'm a rich celebrity and I own my mansion up in the hills and I can drive down the hill and I got everything I want, right? But in practice, what happens is, well, to get spread out where you feel like you got a little room to breathe, you're living far away from the amenities, and then so you're putting a lot of traffic on the roads and things, and the mass transit doesn't work, right? Because everything's spread out. But it didn't spread out because we have a car fetish. It spread out because we have I want my space thing. That's what we wanted. The car was just a response to that. I think like a third of people, I would venture to guess, if you said, hey, if you could have a car, if you had a way of just teleporting everywhere you wanted to go, and you never had to drive a car again, would you give it up? Probably a third of people would say, yeah, I just assume never drive again, right? They only drive because it accommodates being able to live in a place they can afford, or live in a place they feel comfortable, or take advantage of property their grandpa left them and they always wanted to build a house on it, but it's way outside of town, and now they're driving on the highway all the time, and then 100 other people's grandpas leave land for them and they build 100 other houses, and now that highway's really busy, and then we widen the highway, and it's just, I think we make it overly simple to say, oh, well, Americans just have a car fetish. That don't sound right. The guy's dragging something under that Civic. All right. Well, anyway. And then the question is falling behind on transit. Is it falling behind if we just never had it in the first place? I mean, that almost sounds like there was a period of time in American history where we were on par with the Europeans in terms of transit, and then we fell behind. And I'd argue, well, I mean, I suppose we did lose all the electric streetcars in 1950 in cities, because that did push us back. But a lot of the new development out in the suburbs never had any transit at all. And so, is it hard? I don't know. But I'd venture to say I think it's more a land thing than it is a car thing, you know. Now, what does bother me is why in the existing downtowns do I still have to abide by these rules where I got 20-foot setbacks all the way around my house? Like, why can't I say, hey, I'm in the town. If I want the house to come like right up to the edge of the sidewalk, and the front door just faces like right out to the sidewalk, I should be able to do that because it's the town. Why do I have to do suburban zoning in the town center? That bothers me. People should have a little more freedom, because if you could do that all over the town center, you can at least have good transit in the town center. But not a lot of towns don't allow that. I think that's a mistake. Let's see. Is warrant the correct term for a stop sign? No, so there's a warrant for a stop sign. There's a warrant for a yield sign. There's a warrant for a traffic signal. And the warrant is, I don't have the other, well, the battery died on the other phone. I'd pull it up, but there's certain thresholds, and they change over time. So, you know, the old adage of like, well, you're never going to get a stoplight until somebody gets killed. It's not really true. But what can often happen is you have two streets, neither street has enough traffic to warrant the stoplight. But there's a crosswalk there as well. And there's also not enough pedestrians to warrant it. But you start finding that, like, you know, a pedestrian gets hit by a car, and then two cars collide and somebody gets killed. You can look at crash history and say, boy, this area just has, for some reason, an uncharacteristically high crash history. And that can give you good reason to say, okay, well, based on the crash history, this warrants a stoplight. So then that's where I think the folk wisdom of, oh, well, somebody has to die first for it to be able to, you know, count. So let's see. Hard Rusher. We had transit, dude. Read some books about our wonderful railroad history. Yeah, well, the red cars, right? We had the fantastic networks, and they got bought out and torn out, partly because everybody was embracing the new thing. You know, you say, how could people in the 50s let, you know, National City Lines buy up and kill all the rail lines? Well, the rail lines were wearing out. They were going to need money to get fixed back up. Huge mistake to give up the right-of-way. Oh my gosh. Because at least you could have built a new train there. But you think about payphones. I mean, I know it sounds silly, but like landlines. We had a network of copper landlines going to everybody's house in America. And what's happening right now is that that network's getting ripped apart. Most places it's not even operable anymore. It all goes over the internet. And maybe there'll be people, for reasons we don't understand, 50 years from now, who'll look back and say, how could you have done that? You had this great Public Utilities Commission and all this big network of phone lines going to everybody's house. How could you let it get ripped out? And you say, well, from our perspective at the time, fiber lines and wireless internet was the new thing. We didn't need the old thing anymore, so we just let it disappear. And so when companies came in and bought up the networks and killed them off and ended the service, we didn't think of it bad an eye because we thought that era was over. So I think that's what they were thinking in the 50s. The car and motorized coaches, the buses, well, that's the future. So why do we need this old, outdated like train track stuff? That doesn't make sense. You know, we let it go. And so nobody batted an eye. They let it go, and it wasn't until the 70s they go, oh shoot, that's a mistake. We shouldn't have let that go. We need that, And then we've been slowly trying to build it back ever since. I still question whether the red car does it really rival what Europe had. I don't know. Maybe it did, but I know the red car went some pretty spectacular coverage of cities, though. But if you overlaid the red cars over what cities are today, you don't nearly cover what you need, So, anyway, waxing philosophically here, but James asked, did you take the bus from the airport or summon your Royal Chariot Uber? I drove my car. So my car is parked 6 miles away on a side street, so I'll have to get back to it somehow, but I will. A lot of Salem discussion tonight. I'm impressed. Salem's really punching above its weight. Let's see. Sections. CR12 is the sections in the MUTCD for the warrants, if you want to look up. Lee Furt says, what city are you currently in? I am in the unincorporated area of Paradise, and I think on the other side of Sahara you actually cross into the city of Las Vegas, in the stratosphere there. But yeah, I'm in the area outside of Las Vegas. I'm starting to get tired. I'm going to probably wrap it up here in the next few minutes here. Let's see. A lot of talk about Oregon here. But love to connect the two freeways, Salem, but the area is too built up now. So it looks like I think we're almost out of stuff to chit-chat about. Maybe I should bow out now before somebody posts something really interesting and then I get sidetracked again. So anyway, good chatting with you all. Thank you so much for what's been I think one of my favorite, despite all the technical glitches, one of my favorite live streams as well, and so I appreciate it. One here. Femboy Vincent writes, does Las Vegas have dots on the lane dividers so they're not striped? Good eye. They still use box dots like they used to in California, and I think it's one of the few places left that only does, and I'd be curious the rationale, and it's not just Clark County, it's also NDOT, because the freeway, they'll do a beautiful repaving project, glue the box dots down, and back to business you go. And I know Caltrans got rid of it because it was a maintenance nightmare to glue all those down. Somebody has to physically, by hand, glue every single one down, which is not safe because you're doing it around live traffic. And then the other is the excuse me. The autonomous features in the car have a hard time seeing those lines as well. So they switched to a stripe that's contrasting. You have white, black, white, black, white, black, so that way it's easy to see. So that's so Vincent, you got a good eye there. Oh, we got IT Cal Poly Pomona. Hey, Rob, good to see you. The SLS, that was the student conference at UCLA I went to in February. Love the videos. Hope to see you again. Well, it's good to see you. So, what is this, 6 to 7 hour stream? Yeah, well, fair. In my defense, you were asking the questions. I'd be interested to see a vehicle about DOT incident response. Yeah, that'd be fun to do. Stay safe. You too, Flame Shark, Eduardo, CR12, Joshua M, Brickatech, Peter McConnell, Joved, Chris Savas, AJ. Are you any events in Vegas, or are you headed back tomorrow? Intending to head back tomorrow, so I'm coming back from filming something else. So, well, pleasure is mine. Thank you so much for joining me, and based on your feedback, maybe we'll try to do something closer to more like once a month or every 6 weeks instead of, you know, just 4 times a year. I think it'd be fun. So anyway, take care and have a good night. Now I got to figure out how to, the stream that kept ending itself, now I have to figure out how to end it. Click it. You want to stop? Yes.